Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, December the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator. Sorry, guys. I know you guys heard me on YouTube. Sorry, in the main room, I forgot to turn my mic on. So do it again. Welcome to the pre-market show for Monday, December 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and see my screen. So, first of all, we're in for a nice market open. We have a lot of activity, and I'm a lot of on the downside though. So the way I gauge all this is I take a look at my change from the close percent. That's the column I've got here, if you can see, and you can see that ICCT is at the top, 54% run. And I like to look at the ones that are up 10%, and like to look at the ones that are down at least 10%. Look at the list of the ones that are down at least 10%, a lot more than the ones that are up 10%, even though the market's in for a nice pop. But how can we start today without talking about US Steel and X? Wow. So the buyout price is supposed to be about 55. It's sitting at 50. Again, we said this before. Hard to believe that this is going to clear, but you never know. This is a Japanese company, Nippon Steel, of course, huge steel producer, been around for years and years and years. It'd be interesting if it goes through, just because of the foreign aspect of it. But there it is. So we'll have to see. We'll just have to see. So something going on. Okay, let me do my little fix. See if that helps on the audio. Okay. All right. Let's see if that fixes it, guys. Okay. Hopefully that fixes it. Okay, and the trade of the week is short. Somebody asked why. This is a free service. You just have to subscribe to the email. So I posted the email I posted the contents of the email, and the suggested entry is 420. For me, if I were going to do it, I would probably wait for 426. I'm just looking here. There are 427 and 428. But Steve's got it's an anchored VWAP play. But if and when you trade it, if you do trade it, suggested entry is 420. So there's some disasters today, guys. GPCR. These are all bios, of course. GPCR capping way down. Look at this, a 45% down after the company reported data from the mid-stage study of its obesity pill. Well, that's going to be well. It's been the rage for a while. It is going to get supercharged this year, I think, especially if somebody comes up with a pill. Anyway, obviously, right now, that is not good for our GPCR. LNTH is not an obesity pill or drug, but another bio. LNTH down. They are about prostate cancer. Okay, so obviously the data, whatever they publish, not being that well. And the other one I saw was MIRM. MIRM. Big gap downs on the bios. They are about no idea what potential of atresia. I don't know anything about this, obviously, but yeah, okay. So it's not. I'm looking for these obesity drugs. Anyway, MIRM bouncing back. That's a big bounce back. 22 up to 20. Huge bounce back. Not a big one. That's a huge bounce back. As low as 22. It's back up to almost 30. I'm hearing AFRM now, guys. AFRM is obviously making new lows in the pre-market. Yeah, AFRM making lows in the pre-market. So let me see if I can get to some of these other ones that are just moving. ICCT, yeah, most of these are going to be bios. This is not. I don't see a reason for this one, other than just continuation after on Friday's action. In other words, I don't really see any reason for ICCT, but of course, it had a huge day on Friday. BMRA, BMRA is a bio, and I don't know what a FDA 510K clearance. That's what they've got, US FDA clearance for their HB Detect test product. Yeah, BNZ fallen. I don't see it on my list now. There we are, BNZI. Banzai. Yeah, so it popped up and it's still up 9%. I think this is a SPAC, right? Yeah, so yeah, that's right. So they're merging with this company called 7GC. ZIMV. Now, this was low volume when I looked at it. ZIMV. ZIMV. It was low volume when I looked at it. Volume has picked up. Volume has picked up. So they jump after 23% after a deal to sell their spine business for $375 million. I don't know how much debt they have. They only have 25 million in the float, 375 million. I don't know how much debt they had. Pay down debt, plans to use the fund to pay down debt. So I guess they're getting out of the spine business and just concentrating on their dental platform. Sun Power. Now, this came from the company themselves, guys. SPWR. This came from the company themselves. Pretty. The company themselves says there is substantial doubt that exists about the company's ability to continuing as a going concern. That is from the company themselves. SPWR. A lot of shares available. They're short for me. 500,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. This one popped up, and I had to look to see if China was the overall China market was moving, but it is not. EDU. This is a big jump, guys. Up almost 10%. EDU, China education stock. Check TAL. It was not up, and the other one that Go to finally is taking a lot of profit taking, or something's happening, not moving up like it was last week. So this is the China education. In fact, you see a huge move down. But EDU, China education stock, I can't see any specific news for it. So this is nothing to do with the overall China market, and certainly nothing to do with education stocks in general. That's the yeah, $55. Yep. But it's hard to believe there's not going to be all sorts of roadblocks for a foreign company taking over a U.S. deal. But We'll have to see. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Hey, guys, I'm back. When I was when I saw that it was a Japanese company taking over, it reminded me of that crazy movie. I don't know, 70s or 80s, Gung Ho. Clash of cultures. Yeah, there's a trait I've posted a few times. Maybe you haven't seen it, Grumpy. Here it is. The portfolio challenge starts tomorrow. Yeah, it was a good movie. I mean, it was I mean, it's stereotypical for the time, but I mean, it was a fun movie. Definitely, Michael Keaton. You're right. Okay, guys, let me see if there's anything interesting in terms of the upgrades and downgrades. Man, I can't do it, guys. There's just too many. There's just way, 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 way too many on the upgrade side and on the downgrade side. Like it's a crazy list. So all I'm going to do is I just want to see if there's one stock that's maybe being upgraded by multiple firms or downgraded by multiple firms. It's just way too many. Yeah, it's just crazy. So I see a firm has downgraded. I'm sorry, Morgan Stanley has downgraded a firm, AFRM, to $20. AFRM to $20. So this is what's sitting at around 40. Yeah, so Morgan Stanley has downgraded them. Anything else? Like the analysts are just working overtime before the end of the year. If I'm able to trade SMFL on IB, yes. Smart for Life, SMFL, yeah, looks like it's loading. Oh, I see. As far as a halt. Well, if it's halted, then you can't trade it. But let me just see. Um, I don't see that it's halted. No, no, it's trading. I see it's trading right there. Unless it, I don't see that it's halted. I haven't tried to trade it, but I don't see it. Doesn't it certainly don't have that big red halt for the symbol. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. Morning, Wyatt, in our YouTube room. I'm going to take a look at the sectors now. So from our toolbar, click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and scroll down to the Show More in the sector status. So as I said, we're in for a positive open, which means that well, right now, all of the sectors are up. So there, what you're seeing here, so these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 100% in green, that means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay, so when you look around, everything is at least 50%. But now let's take a look at XLE and the 200-day moving average. Should be above it now. Yeah, just look at that though. It closed at the 200-day moving average on Friday, and right now this was the sort of the holdout with consumer staples, I think. Yeah, so XLE looks like it'll well, depending on, of course, what happens today, could close above the 200-day average, which means that XLP is the only major sector still below. Everything else, every other major sector is above the 200-day moving average now. Morning, Javier. So let's take a look at anything else sneaking in here. This was a real cheap one. I did see this one, PBLA, under a dollar. Real cheap one. Went from 47 cents to 74 cents. Announces U.S. World Meds NDA approval. MDB. Let's take a look at MDB. Okay, well, down 3.3%. It's a little expensive for my taste, but yeah, I don't see the data breach. I'm not saying it didn't happen. All I'm doing, I'm just looking at the headlines. Boy, yeah, this one, they're going bankrupt again. FTCH halted due to news pending. Yeah, news halt. FTCH. Remember this one on last week? IPO, I think last week. No, not an IPO last week. This is still a SPAC, I guess. HEAK. This is another one, just disaster, guys. CKPT, another disaster. FDA complete response letter, obviously not good. So, guys, of course, if you've been in this room for a couple of weeks anyway, I'm going to be watching this. A normal option activity plus a 10-day daily breakout combination. I have no idea how many we're going to get today. We only had two on Friday. Both of them, though, were excellent. And I'm sharing all my scans. Okay, so if you're looking for scans, well, you just let me know. They're all on my homepage. So that was quite a William, Mr. Bio, MIRM. I mean, that got just hammered down to $22. Pops up almost back up to 30. Drug disease. Their liver disease therapy fails in mid-stage study. Yeah, they're not mincing words here. We are disappointed in the outcome of the study. This is from the CEO. It's interesting that it would have bounced so much. Definitely shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 650,000 shares available. That's pretty big short covering, though. You can think about that. I mean, that's big short covering. It does have a high short float percent, and it's not a big float either. EBIX chapter 11. I see EBIX here. Remember, I mean, this is not that long ago. Beginning of not that long ago, July. This was a $30 stock. EBIX half a year ago. Some of these moves. Now, I didn't mention SGD. It's still at 14%. Okay, it has come back a bit. I did see that it popped up to $2, and then I saw the next time I saw it was down below two. That's a big move, percentage move. Still up 14%. A lot of volume. 131,000 shares. Let's see. Announces a master purchase agreement with Safe Green Development Corp. All right. This looks like it's. Yeah, I'd have to. Well, whatever all that means, it's popped it a bit. All right, guys, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting. LNTH trying to come back a bit. I mean, it's still, I mean, it has come from 68 to, sorry, 58 to 62 on a little bit of a rebound, prostate cancer drug. So I guess this just started to trade again, AYX, resumed 841, or is it halted again? Does it look like it's halted? I don't see the big red. So it's not moving. Let's see if we get a different change here. Okay, thank you, William, for all that in terms of MIRM. All right, guys. Well, this is yeah, it's a full week. It is a full week. And the market definitely is looking pretty chipper. 70. What's the high? That's high. I think the high, all-time high is around 480, right? Speaking of Bitcoin, yeah, down 650 or so. Yeah, the shippers, read some stuff about the shippers, guys. All sorts of problems, not for the companies, but shipping lanes and all that. So these shippers could look like they're well. Look at Frontline right here. If 7%, big gap up here. So let's take a look at GPCR. GPCR is still has not had any sort of a bounce yet. The other two, the LNTH and the MIRM, have had small bounce, some decent bounces. This one has not had a bounce. This is their okay. I mean, it's a diabetes pill, but of course, all these diabetes pills are now being marketed as weight loss pills. And I guess it didn't trading lower after the company announced a comprehensive development program update. And it's through the 200-day moving average. 3119 looks like the next low looking left for on the weekly chart for GPCR. But let's see, I mean, look at, I mean, 45% down. I mean, amazing. Thank you, William. All right, guys. So less than a minute before the market opens. Let's have a great, in fact, less than 5 seconds. Get rid of this. Let's have a great start to this trading week. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And we'll miss something that, just immediately starts to run. But I am completely prepared to deal with that. Now, the exception I may make depends on what I get here. I get anything in the first 15 minutes here on the abnormal option activity and plus the 10-day the combo. So there's the ICCT, guys. It's on the move right off the bat. Yeah, that's you probably read the same article, Willie, or something like that. Maybe I read an encapsulated article about it, about the shippers. Yeah, the problems they're having. And speaking of shippers, there's ZIM. So ZIM, FRO. And again, there's the ICCT guys right off the bat. Big move right off the bat. Low float, 7.8 million in the float. Traded the float already, double, just about double the float right now. There's another shipper, guys, NAT. GPCR making a move down, guys. GPCR making a move down. It has not had any sort of a bounce. The next low looking left is 27.52, so a little bit of room still. Wow. If it had been an all-time low, I may have been inclined to do it, but I mean, there was the alert, 931, 3130. Look at it now, 2763. This is in the 10-day, this is in the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, the reason it's not showing up in the option doesn't really, well, it trades options, but not a lot yet. Another shipper, guys, SVLK. I know there's a shipping ETF. Okay, guys, so there's SHOT. So SHOT is the trade of the week. And this is a very interesting area it's at now. Nice move so far, guys, for SHOT early, but it is a great move for SHOT so far. This is the trade of the week. Suggested entry was 420. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. I know what I'd be doing. All right, guys, SHOT. Again, this is big area right here. There's your next high looking left is 458. It really clears that in a big way. Your next high is 548. Wow, GPCR. Whoa. Big early morning movers, guys. Shot. Here's the ARQT. ARQT. Now that's coming right into a high, a daily high. But it can take that out. That's 383. Sorry, not 383. 332. It can take that out. The next high is 383, and that is ARQT. Okay, guys, let's see. 936. Again, I don't like trading in the first 15. Let's see if any of these flyers have a bit of a pullback. So another shipper, guys. I'm sorry, this is not a shipper. Sorry. It's the other one that starts with the Z is a shipper, but so this one, ZIMV, so sold their spinal business for $350 million. Next high looking left is, well, in fact, it's above it, I think. 1550 is the next high looking left. Wow. What a move here, guys, for ZIMV. Low float, pretty low float, 25 million in the float. Half on the move, guys. PATH is on the move. It's still down for the day, but it has had a big recovery from 24. Well, not a, looks bigger. 24.51, so it's added about $1. CUEN, Quintus. CUEN looks like it is coming into some kind of resistance around 2. Okay, so one did show up, the ZIMV already in the combo scan. Now the issue right now, let's see if I can get back up here. There's that high right there, 1620. Well, let's see if we can get back up there. It's pretty extended right now. Now let's, if it broke through, So the next high in the monthly chart is 2033. So definitely keeping an eye on the ZIMV, guys. Is this shortable? Actually, a lot of shares available, almost a million at Interactive Brokers available to short ZIMV. Not that I want to short it. I'm looking for a way to get long it, but it is pretty extended right now. Okay, well, there's the pullback for ARQT. So this might give a way to get into it if you missed it the first time. Wow, look at the C. Wow, CUEN just tore through two. Maybe two might drop, might stall it. Low float, 1.9 million in the float. See any news about this one? I don't see any specific news about CUEN. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on the ZIMV. This is why it showed up here, 1612 price. I know it's extended, but if it can take that out again, there was some news about it. Look at this CUEN. I just dismissed it. I thought it would just really stall at two. Bungo, BNGO. So SPWR, even they've come out and they've said, you know what, we don't even know if we can survive. But anyway, it's having a bit of a bounce. And that's the company themselves. This is not third party. The company themselves, we're not sure we can survive as a company. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on this ZIMV. If it can get back over 16 and move from there. Algoma, I thought so. So Algoma, another steel company, guys, moving in sympathy with U.S. Steel X. I've got CLF. Algoma is a big Canadian steel producer. Interest. Okay, guys, risky, but ZIMV. You got to watch this one, guys, for me, okay? Not for me, I'm myself, but ZIMV. All right, I offloaded some. I got in the ZIMV. Just got it. That bid just has to catch up to the ask a little bit more. When I got it, it wasn't so bad. Okay, um, just waiting on to see if it has one more pop in it, at least the ZIMV. PGY. I don't trade options, you're right, but well, all you got to do is look left on the weekly chart and 165. So it's at 167 right now. The next high is 2. So, well, guys, I made a mistake and I've escaped. Whew. I was long ZIMV and I covered some of it. Not covered. I sold some of it, and I actually went into a short position on it. I just covered. Oh, couldn't figure out why my P&L was doing what it. So it worked out okay, but that could have been a big mistake. So you got to pay a lot of attention. Hmm. So I'm out completely in this ZIMV, guys. Now the only thing that I can get back in is if it gets up to 1650 or so. Wow. So what I did was I was in this one around the 1620 mark. I was selling some at the 1640, and I turned my long position into a short position, and I just covered down here. So it worked out, but man, gotta pay attention. Okay. MCRB. So there's a lot of resistance looking at around 120. If MCRB can crack 120, there's room to about 144 or so. And that is for the MCRB. Well, here's another one. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Look at this thing go. IVVD, didn't see this in the pre-market. It didn't really trade. Actually, I'm wrong. You're in 915. I don't really remember seeing this one. IVVD. But look at this thing. Up 63% now. Positive results, phase three. COVID play, actually. This is actually this is shortable for me too. 1.8 million shares available. Not that I want to short it right now, but it's amazing. I can't believe there's that many shorts available for this stock. But look at this thing go. I don't really recall seeing it in the pre-market. IVVD. It doesn't really trade options, so that's why it's not showing up over here. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, breakout, of course, but it's not option. It's well, it is optionable, but doesn't really trade options. Only six so far. This is phase three. Very, very, one of the hardest things to do is to try to predict the top, of course. I mean, but this looks so extended. There's tons of shares available to short. Again, one of the hardest things to do, predict the top or predict a bounce, on a bottom, a bottom fishing play. I mean, this is way, way extended, but I'm talking about the IVVD. Onvo. This is from RAI actually. Also, ONVO. I looked at it. Looked like there could be some resistance right at that 140 mark. Could be. If it can get through 140, then your next high is about 165 for the ONVO. Meanwhile, Fro, the shipper that was really flying pre-market, and once the market opened, really starting to give it up now. FRO, so far, IVVD, no sign of huge weakness yet. I mean, it's still moving. 298 times normal volume up to this time of day, almost 10 o'clock Eastern time. That's my relative volume. Too bad it doesn't trade options. Well, it does. It does, but not many. It's 68 contracts so far, which represents almost 5 times normal. Okay, guys, take a look at Onvo. I know this is from our AI, but my big problem right now would be right where it is. They got it, what did it get at? Got up to 139, and the next high looking left is 139. All right, now ZIMV is coming back a bit. Let me see if I can get back into this one. Let's see, look at the spread 1624, 1628, not too bad. May have run its course, though. There's another one, another probably real. Actually, it's not a low float. Cipher mining. So it's a Bitcoin play, probably, right? Yeah, Bitcoin play, Cipher mining, CIFR, MIGI from our YouTube room. Let's take a look at MIGI. Yeah, not much volume. I mean, the relative volume is 3, but not much overall volume yet for MIGI. So I'm not giving up on this ZIMV, guys. When I say not giving up, I still want to keep watching it. Two big bot topping tails, though. So I mean, that could mean it's over, but I have a lot of faith, of course. I mean, this worked out okay. 1612. It got up to 1661, but it was pretty extended when we got the alert. Meanwhile, my goodness. Oh man, William, IVVD. You said you were short this. Yeah, I really don't recall seeing this one, in the pre-market. Wow. Oh, I wish this had traded at more options. I'm sorry, William. I guess the big deal, it's phase 3. Wow. Okay, guys, shot on the move again. Shot on the move again. SHOT, the trade of the week. The trigger was 420. New high right now. Next high looking left is 548. Well, I had a pullback, big pullback. Got up to 471, back down to 430. So if you miss it the first time at 420, you could have picked it up around here. UPST, let's take a look at UPST. Yeah, next high looking left is 60 or so on the weekly chart for UPST. But I'm just transfixed right now with this IVVD. Yeah, yeah, but when? You know? I mean, that's why it looks like, I mean, that to me looked like it was done for a bit, not even close. And when it spiked up, we had that huge big green candle right there, but this is even bigger. I mean, at some point, sure, it is going to fall. God. Actually, I'm surprised it wasn't halted. I mean, but obviously the math didn't work out for it to be halted, but I'm surprised. And I'm talking about the IVVD. Yeah, when somebody said US dollar down 6%, I'm going, no way. That seems crazy. Oh, wow. Look at this. I mean, look at the size of this green candle. IVVD. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. I was looking to short it, but volume, I mean, it's still increasing. I mean, that's the thing. The volume is still increasing here. It's not a low float either. I mean, 46 million, not crazy high, but it's certainly not a low float. I mean, that's a huge move to be up on that float, 179% right now. All right, what's this one doing? Zkin, Zkin. This is a China, Zkin. Nice move here at a consolidation area on the daily. Probably a low float. Yeah, 22 million in the float. Not a lot of volume, 171,000. That is six times normal, but not a lot of absolute volume yet. Okay, well, finally a sell-off for IVVD. I mean, got up to 470, back down to four now, ish, four-ish. All right, well, looks like it's could be over now for ARQT. I have an alert set up in this area, but okay, even this one's trying to have a little bounce, guys. CKPT was down after the FDA declines to approve its skin cancer therapy. So even this one is trying to have a little bounce, CKPT. Is this shortable for me? Yes, it is. IMPP. The reason I ask is that it is coming into the 200-day moving average. 242 is the 200-day moving average. That may stall it. It's been on a bit of a roll last few weeks. Little roll. Next high is 328 on the weekly chart. So if you can take out that 200-day moving average, it still has some room. Meanwhile, CUEN just continues to roll here, guys, and I cannot see any news on it. But it's probably just a had news on Friday. Obviously, had a nice move on Friday, a bigger one, maybe a delay, more of a delayed reaction. See what the news was if I can find it. I don't see any news on for Friday specifically. I guess the news is it's a low float, 1.9 million in the float, 283 times normal volume right now up to this time of day. Again, not optionable, zero options. Guys, keep an eye on EXAI. Now, there's a 200-day moving average, 609. If it can take that out somehow, the next high looking left is around 660. So there is certainly some room on a percentage basis. If it can take out that 200-day moving average, that's a big if, of course, 609. I don't think this one is shortable for me. That's a ZJKL. Yeah, it's not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers. Hey guys, ZIMV is making signs a little bit. You know, it's starting to move a little bit here. The spread is tightening up just a little. There was the high of the day at 1660. So SunPower had a pop and now the drop. At the pop, now the drop. SPWR. Again, they as a company themselves said, well, it also said that they may not, there's no assurance. Oops. I mean, that's unbelievable, not unbelievable. I've seen this before, but I mean, the company itself says substantial doubt exists about the company's ability to continue as a going concern. VIRC. I think we saw this one on last week sometime. VIRC. Yeah, this has been on a big run. VIRC. It's a lifetime high. That's right. This is one of these one lifetime high. Uh, VIRC. So much for a sleepy Monday. This has been lots and lots of activity for a Monday. Again, I did not see this in the pre-market really. It didn't really move that much in the pre-market. This is the CUEN. Once this market open, look out. Well, CHSN had Hindenburg came out with their big report on Friday, I think, basically calling them a China pump and dump. However, I don't recall this. Actually, this may not be right because this says down 35 cents. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I don't I don't know what's going on here with the CHSN. Yeah, I don't know because it closed on Friday. Looked like it closed here at 15. So, but we have it only down 19%, down 35 cents. So I don't know what's going on here. Now, this was not the one. Yeah, this was the one. Yeah, this was the one that Hindenburg was all over on Friday. Yeah, Steve Bigelow. I don't, obviously didn't know him at all. I did have one of his books from a long time ago. Krogan, I'm not sure. I am not sure why that's happening for you. Maybe Pepe, if he's around, if you can take a look at that question. I have no idea. Sorry, I can't help you. You might have to go to our tech support or something. I'm sorry. I just don't have any idea why that is happening. I cannot duplicate it myself, of course, because I don't have that same situation. I have multiple monitors, so I always have trade ideas up and running. I'm not ever flipping back and forth. So I cannot duplicate it. So you can go, if you go to our homepage and ask the question, so SunPower is showing up on that combo scan on the way down. Now, I haven't really, I haven't really seen too many good ones on the way down from that scan, and I certainly wouldn't take this one, SPWR. I mean, when you look at the daily chart, looks like there's, could be some support around four ish. So I wouldn't be taking. Now, had there been a free shot, down to three or something, I probably may have taken it. But to me, there just looks like there's a lot of support for SPWR between the current price and four. Could be anyway. This is what I'm talking about. You might want to keep an eye on Door, guys. I think Door had a downgrade. I'm not sure. I think it might have had a downgrade, and it's below 90 now. A little bit, well, just a little bit now, even further down. But let's take a look left. Yeah, I don't know how much room it's got. 88, 88 is kind of the next low. 88.94 actually, and then 88 or so. So not sure how much room it's got. That's a big drop though. I think it had a downgrade. Ooh, look at the float. 21 million for an $89 stock. That is very, very low for an $89 stock. Yeah, Krogan, I'm sorry I cannot help you. It must be yeah, frustrating when something like that happens. I have no idea, especially when it wasn't happening before for you. This is the one somebody said EBIX is going into chapter 11. Well, this is not over yet, is it? IVVD. I mean, it did pull back to four, but it doesn't look like it's over yet. 470 is the high of the day. On the week, let's take a look at the monthly chart to see where the next high is on the monthly chart. So yeah, you can see where it got to. It got to the high of the body of that month right there. That is back in September of 2022, so a little over a year ago. The high of the candle is 489. The high of the body is where it got to. Meanwhile, the market, I'm going to change my time frame here. Get rid of those gappy looking things. There we go. Yeah, so haven't you really looked at the overall market? So the Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is up. How is US Steel doing right now? X. Just hanging around that 50 mark. LQR, this one from last week, LQR. Well, guys, it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left for LQR is almost 497 to be exact. So this has got some room, low float, 3 million in the float. Okay, guys, it's just about 10:30. So first thing I want to do is just talk a little bit about this portfolio challenge. It starts tomorrow. Run for 3 days. So $2,200 a grand prize. Okay, so it starts tomorrow, 4 a.m. Eastern time, and it runs till Thursday till 4:30 Eastern time. Okay, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. So 3 days. It'll cost $7.70 to sign up. Just when you do it, you'll see terms and conditions and all. It's a contest. Now, if you are a premium subscriber, it's free for you. Okay, so if you're a premium subscriber, you might as well do it. You could win $2,200. Okay. Otherwise, you can also look at it this way. You'll get 3 days of trade ideas for $7.70 and maybe win $2,200. Okay. Well, again, it starts tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. Eastern time. That's when we start getting our data, and it'll run to 4:30 p.m. Thursday. So that is 3 trading days with a chance to win $2,200. Okay. And again, free if you're a premium subscriber. Okay. Now take a look at my homepage. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there's a promo code you can use right now if you want to take out a subscription. Well, I'm pretty sure we're going to have at least a 25% off this month or sometime this week. Holiday, the holiday promo. But if you can't wait, you can take out a subscription right now. You'll get 15% off the first month only. If you do, I would wait. I'm pretty sure I'll have a promo code tomorrow. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starts off with your download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. You have to do that. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great series of videos. Michael Nelson traded his. He created these, and it is free. I do a stock of the day. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. It is free. It is sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. Trade of the week this week is shot. The suggested entry was 420. And of course, it got up to what, 470. So, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. These are designed for longer term holds. But again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Big education section is here. Here's our great user guide. There's our getting started section right there. Now, I would take a look at this alert windows and top list windows, a little more detail. And price alerts, if you want to take a look at stock racing, also is right here. The price alerts also, setting price alerts on the charts, very simple to do, okay? And again, don't get hung up about how much information there is in our user guide. Yeah, don't have to learn everything. Like any other software program, a lot of information, but like most software programs, you don't have to learn everything about them. So again, in that education section, we have the user guide, the getting started, and daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Monday. It should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break. So you can head over and listen to Chris, assuming it's him, but I'm pretty sure it'll be him. But I will confirm it. Last, if you're looking for my scans, if you click on my homepage link, before I do anything, again, if you're going to take out a subscription, the only thing I ask is that you use my promo code, okay? This will really, really help to keep this room free. This is a free room, and the only way we can keep it free is if you use my promo code to take out a subscription. Okay, so sometime in the future, if you decide to take out a subscription, come into the room and use whatever promo code you see. Okay. Okay, just quickly before I go over my scans, I have a question in our YouTube room. How to revert back to the old charts? So you can do it. I don't know if this will do it en masse right up like immediately, but if you right click on a chart, so the question is this: you right click on a chart. Right now, user browser interface is checked. Okay, Ollie, so uncheck it. And I'm not sure if this will do it in one fell swoop with all your charts, but if you click on tools and then options, then where it says charts, uncheck the use picture-in-picture browser charts, okay? I don't know if that'll change them all, but certainly any new one, okay? But if you only have a couple of charts, it's just right click and then where it says use browser interface, it is probably checked. Okay, great. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, you want my scans, so scroll down a bit. And in the middle here, middle section, are my scans. So, and this is the one I'm really paying attention to, the normal option activity, plus 10-day daily breaks combo. Okay, I just refer to it as the combo now. Only have one. Well, we have two, couple of shorts. I mean, they may work. I don't know. We haven't seen too many successful ones on the short side. Definitely more on the long side. Only one so far, the ZIMV. It did get up to 1660 before it pulled back. I'm still keen on it later on, maybe. But I have other scans that I am sharing. This is the momentum scan right there. There's the halts resumes over here. And then the abnormal option activity on its own right here. But I do have other scans that I share. This is what I use in the pre-market to find the actives, the gappers up and down, pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Let me check some of these shorts right now. Yeah, so the reason I didn't like the SPWR is that I thought maybe there might be too much support right around the 4 level. We'll see. Now, if you'd taken this at 427 and you're down to 411 now, that is a nice little move. And again, really harsh, harsh news for this company by the company themselves. So, well, we had some really good moves in this momentum scan also. Now, I am surprised. That's why. So this is showing up in the option scanner. I was surprised it's not showing up in the combo of normal option activity. The problem is it's not a 10-day daily break. It's not a 10-day daily breakout. I'm going to explain this. Just give me a moment though. I want to just talk in general about what trade ideas is. I have some new people in the room. So what we are a scanner, okay? There are a lot of screening programs out there you can buy, but what we're really, really, really good at is our real-time alerts. Well, let me explain what I mean. I right click on this alert window that I call Momo and click on configure and then the summary. So this is what this scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect. Obviously, we can screen, but what we're really good at is new or real-time alerts. So on this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes, 400% of normal. All these filter values have to be met. These are what we call ands. Okay, so the price is between 1 and 100, and all these criteria have to be met. And if they are, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. Okay, so the last one was ZKIN at 10:39 Eastern time. Price was 132. So when that made a new high for the alert, all of these values were met also. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way I've constructed it, great. But of course, if you don't like it, in other words, maybe you want a different price range, maybe you want a different volume. If you obviously have to have the program to have my scan, but if you get used to using the program, maybe you take a look at some filters. Maybe I want to add one or subtract one. That's up to you, of course. This is what I like to see, but obviously it doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to like to see. Give me a moment, guys. I'm running out of water. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back now. Before I should have big welcome also to anybody who's new to the room. Okay, and this is a support and trading room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions. Don't think that you're interrupting me. All right, this is a support and trading room. So feel free to ask me questions all day long. So again, this is what I like to see, but of course you can adjust it if you want to make different price range that you want to focus on. That's completely up to you, of course. Now, if you want to build your own scans, you can. This time I'll click on search. And again, don't get hung up on how many of these we've got. When I say these are all, when you see this, these icons right here, these are the real-time alert icons. So right at the very top, the two most popular ones, new high of the day, new low of the day. But if I scroll down, there are a lot of different real-time alerts that you can use. Again, don't get hung up on how many we have, thinking that I cannot learn this program. There are too many things to learn. You don't have to know all these. Okay. And just like here, when I get to these icons, these are the filter icons, the screening aspect of trade ideas. You don't have to learn them all. I only use a handful. I mean, I don't know, probably 90% of them. I don't need, I've never even looked at. But the reason why we have so many is that with all sorts of different trading styles, the company had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the needs of the majority of our customers that want to create their own scans. Okay. But so again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Now, I'm an intraday trader. Okay. So my main focus is finding stocks that are behaving abnormally. And the main way I do it is using a relative volume filter. You can pointing to it right here. Excuse me, in my single stock window. The relative volume filter is time sensitive. So when I see relative volume 4 for CIFR, that means it's trading 4 times normal up to this time of day. And normal being some kind of a baseline over the last 30 days, what it did. And that is not an exact definition, but it's good enough for us. Okay. There's a little more to it. It is a proprietary filter. I don't want people to go check yesterday's volume at 10:44, the day before, the day before, the day before. Say, hey, wait a minute, that's not exactly 4. Okay. So that's one way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And another way for me is to find out stocks that are trading option volume, abnormal option volume. I do not trade options, okay? But if I can find stocks that are trading volume, abnormal volume, plus abnormal option volume, together, that can be very powerful. So in this scan here, this abnormal option activity scan, I have other filters in place, but the minimum requirement is at least 500 contracts, and that has to represent at least 150% of normal, or otherwise 1.5 times normal. Okay. So when we look at CIFR, you can see it's traded 4,000 contracts today. That is 2.2 times normal. So coupled with the relative volume of 3.9 plus this volume here, abnormal option activity, together that really, to me anyway, that is very powerful. And that's all I'm looking for all day long, stocks that are trading abnormally. Well, if you go to our guide, if you're talking about creating one from scratch, Swade, we have lots of videos on that. But if you go to our guide, moment, oops, not that, sorry, not that, this one right here. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to this page, okay? And if you go to the education section, click here on the education section, and then click on the user guide, and right here, alert windows, okay? And there are some videos and text to show you exactly how you can create one from scratch, okay? And also top list windows, the other. the big thing that other type of scan that we've got. It's not a scan. This is more of a screener, and this is the scanner. Okay, but yeah, if you go to my homepage window, click on the education section, and then click on the guide. Lots of information right here about how you can create an alert window if you want to create one from scratch. Okay. Now we also have a lot of. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, theme-based channels, and so we have a lot of scans here too. So of course, if you want to build your own scan right from scratch, you can do so. A lot of times, though, you can even take some of my scans and adjust them. The other thing, I mean, yes, I am a what is called a momentum trader. So I like to see stocks that are near the high or the low of the day. And it doesn't mean I'm chasing something, that's made, 5-minute candles higher, and I'm going to chase it. But I do like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. Now, that may not be your style, but your style, I mean, if you're going to be an intraday trader, you should be looking for stocks, in my opinion anyway, that are trading abnormally. So you could take, for instance, you could take a look at this one. I'm just going to use it as an example, BLZE. You might look at this and go, well, I don't want it right now, but what if it gets back to the VWAP? VWAP is 801, and you might put an alert in that area, and maybe on a pullback to the VWAP, you can get an alert on it, and then check to see what it's doing there. Does it bounce off it, continue, or maybe it breaks down completely? So you may not want to, again, have my style, which is, I'm a momentum trader. You might want to play pullbacks to maybe to a VWAP or maybe a moving average that you like. Bottom line, though, is you should be looking for stocks that are trading abnormally if you want to intraday trade. Meanwhile, I can see that EBIX wouldn't have been too bad, an all-time low right now. So both these shorts wouldn't have been actually too bad. This is from so what we now an explanation on this. Okay, so Pepe put this together for us a couple of weeks ago, I guess. That's why I have Pepe and brackets here. And the theory behind it was this, or is this. So I really like the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, and I like to see stocks that are trading abnormal option activity. And so what we were finding though is that sometimes we would find these are two different scans. We would find the same stock in each scan. But that meant you had to kind of go through the list, check this list to see if the same stock was over here, or vice versa. And so what Pepe did for us, he said, well, instead of having to scan the lists of each, why don't we have a scan that just shows us which are the common ones in each? And so this is what this is all about. Your normal option activity plus the 10-day daily break. So if the stock is in both of these, it'll appear here. It just makes it a little bit easier rather than having to scan the list to see if there's any commonality. Okay? And I really, really pay attention to these now. Well, what can I say? I mean, these two would have worked very well on the short side. 427 for SPWR, 395 now. And the IBIX 207. These are so just a word about the color coding. So if you see something in brown here, this is a suggestion to go short. And if you see it in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay. Give me a moment, please. Meanwhile, so here's another one that CUEN just made another new high. So all I've done today so far, guys, is well, went long ZIMV, did okay, and then I actually accidentally turned the long into a short and was lucky to get out. I mean, now if I'd held it longer, it would have been great. So that's all I've done today so far, the ZIMV. Not because there's been nothing else that's good, of course. I mean, been a lot of, but it's just sort of, I just been, I want to focus on this scan so much. Okay. Now, some this might be it for it. I don't know. I mean, we don't know how many alerts we're going to get. Some days, on Friday, we only had 2 alerts. Both of them were really good. Some days we'll have 5 or 6, maybe up to 10, but it's not going to be because of, it has to be it's a combo scan, so a lot of filters have to be satisfied before we see something here. So, typically, we don't get too many, but that's the way I like it. Wow, I mentioned Door earlier, guys. I think it was 89. 89. Now it's 87, 86. So it is, yeah, this door, I think it had a downgrade this morning. Oh, I see. So they're actually buying somebody. They're buying PGT. So yeah, so this is okay. So that's why PGT ran, but this is typical. The acquiring company. Typically, this is what can happen. This is a pretty big drop, though. Other tanker guys. So the tankers at the beginning of the day were just ripping higher. Now most of them have faded. STNG, Fro, SBLK. Okay, guys. Now CLF just showed up in that scan. Now this is all about X, okay? This is a sympathy play with X. Let me check this out on the monthly chart. So the next high on a monthly chart is 2283. So it's got some room on a monthly chart. That's CLF. Okay. Wow. Well, might have to pay a little more attention now to the shorts. That's a tremendous run. 207 down to 146, 145 now for EBIX. That is a tremendous percentage drop. So again, guys, these shippers have really look at this. I mean, not only is it, drifted down from its high, it's gone negative. ZIM a negative now. Okay, guys, I am watching CLF. Okay, CLF, we did get an alert here, 2066. It's completely a play off X. Okay, X being maybe being bought out by Nippon, Japanese big steel company. It's hard for me to believe that's going to happen, but just because U.S. Steel being taken over by a foreign steel company, I don't know. But that will not be for me to decide. And it's still hanging around $50. In theory, the buyout price is 55, but wow, EBIX, holy. Yeah, well, I mean, the reason I didn't like SPWR was because it looked like to me there could be some support around 4. Now, what did it get down to? Down to 387. I have a question about maybe it's more problem. I mean, look, I mean, the company themselves basically saying, we're not sure we can survive. The company themselves. This is not Hindenburg. This is not, some short seller. This is the company themselves saying that. So, I mean, anything's possible on a bit of a bounce, but boy, it's not quite an all-time low. Looks like this is the all-time low here, 368. Now, the interesting thing about CLF is that they had put in a bid for US Steel, I think around, I'm not sure what the price was, but it was rejected. This is a few weeks ago. This is when US Steel, all the excitement about US Steel basically putting themselves up for sale started, but it was rejected. 35 a share. Yeah, that sounds about right. So you can see US Steel rejecting at 35. Not a bad deal. But don't let me yeah, I mean, yeah, I obviously made a good point regarding SPWR, the company themselves saying that, "We're not sure we can survive," but, anything is possible. I mean, there are bottom fishers out there, so as the question was, I mean, could SPWR bounce from here? So Xerox is falling here, guys. XRX is falling. Next low looking left, last Friday's low was 1741. I don't know if there's any specific reason why Xerox is falling other than maybe some profit taking. This has been on a tremendous run, 14 to 1860 or so this morning, over about a week and a half. No shorts available for me for this one. CUEN at Interactive Brokers. All right, CLF. Okay, inching. I'm in this one, guys. I honestly don't expect much, but I am in it, but inching its way. Again, a lot of faith in this scan right there, okay? For me, for me, the combo scan. Not enough faith for me to short those two, but going forward, I'll have to watch those shorts a little more closely, especially when they get horrible news. I mean, EVIX basically chapter 11 and SunPower saying we may not survive. So, I mean, probably should have paid a little more attention. PBLA, okay, well, PBLA had a big run in the pre-market, then it pulled back. So that's probably, yeah, I mean, it got up to 74 cents and came right all the way back down to 48. You're right, and it's moving. Did have some, are you kidding me? Want to see? How about this headline, guys? It sure is the correct, yeah, okay. How about this headline? So PBLA price target maintained with a $25 per share at Roth. How about that? 80-cent stock, and they're putting a $25 price target on it. Now they had some news. Okay, I'll give them that. They had some news. It received FDA approval of its new drug application. I mean, that's a step, but it doesn't mean the drug is approved or anything like that. But 5 million in the float. $25 by Christmas. I'd love to see the actual report that whoever at Roth did it with a straight face saying why he or she thinks it should, I'm putting a $25 price target on it. All right, Cliff. Well, you know what? I mean, if X moves higher, which it is, it just made a new high, not a pre-market high, but a market high, getting closer to 50. That could help Cliff a little bit, also, of course. Okay, guys, this one just made another low. LNTH. I'm sorry, this is a little late. 11:03 made a low, but it popped off that low. Okay. Again, horrible news. Cancer drug data misses expectations, down 21%. LNTH. Well, this one has just been trounced over the last couple of days. EXC, JP Morgan downgrades it also, but they have a 41 price target. Way below that now. This is not an all-time low, but on a monthly chart, the next low is 35.19. So it's below that on that monthly chart. So we'd have to expand, figure out where is that next low. Looks like we have to go back over 3 years for the next lows for this EXC. IVVD. Okay, here's another one that's just got halted, guys. 1108. BY odds in one of these SPACs. Okay. All right, guys. Okay, SOND, another one that's just showing up here. SOND on the momentum scan, big pop. Now, it didn't show up earlier for me because I have a $1 minimum. And there's the PBLA now, actually over a dollar also. And then the SOND over a dollar. At least it was. I'm sorry, completely different. I so SOND. Now, to me, I look left and I see a lot of potential resistance around 3 for SOND. So consequently, not interesting to me. All right, guys, I took myself out of the CLF. Very, very minor gain. I really didn't think it would move that much, but I took myself out. Meanwhile, EXC continues down. There's US Steel is right at 50 now, guys. X right at 50. Wow, 49.99. So these are the guys merging PGT, BGTI stock symbol, merging with Door, DOR, well, Door. Okay. These are the guys merging with Door. Well, you know what? I actually tried to short some of this EXC, but I couldn't get it. The uptick rule, I know it's not down 10% today, but it was down 10% on Friday. So the uptick rule is still in effect. Lots of shorts available. I mean, there's not a problem getting like in terms of the availability, 24, almost 25 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but it wouldn't fill me where I wanted it. Okay, so Xerox is actually having a little bit of a bounce here, guys, a little bit of a bounce. The VWAP is 1826, so let's see what it does. If it can get close to the VWAP, then maybe that stalls it, or maybe, it doesn't provide that much resistance. Another steel company, guys, on the move, MT. I think MT was in the running also earlier out of France to take over X, US Steel. But that got rejected, and I guess we felt that it got rejected mainly because it was foreign. Somebody say that they did this, CYCC did a reverse split today. Is that correct? Yeah, so they did a reverse split today, guys. So what's that? 1 for 15, I think. So 1 for 15 reverse split for CYCC. Thank you, Draw. Well, it's funny. This is a type of stock that later on in the day, you know, we see this a lot. Stocks in the first, hour or so have tremendous volume and tremendous volatility, and then they sort of settle down. And then sometime, maybe, let's say 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, maybe the interest comes back. We don't know that's going to happen, of course, but this could happen with the IVVD. I mean, it's up. I know it's up 163%, but it's amazing how these things can gain some traction again later on in the day. And that's why I've got an alert set up here. Meanwhile, SunPower just made another new low for the day. Why? Just give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to find created. So yeah, so I put a price alert on this one on November 21st for JRVR, and you can kind of see why. So if it can take out 10, give me a moment, guys, as I get rid of the ones that I've triggered in my price alerts. Wow. Well, so much for four holding SPWR. This is now an all-time low now. SPWR guys, all-time low. Well, Pepe, I don't know you. I know you didn't take these, but look at these two, Ebix and SunPower on the short side. Ah, look at ZIMV now, guys. I'm watching that one still, and it's over 16 again. So I had the pull back to these moving averages, the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA on the 15-minute charts. So pull back, and 1562 also pulled back kind of to the VWAP area, and now it's bouncing. And let's see if it can take out 1630 again. Sun power. No, the sun power to me, I thought there'd be some support around 4, but not even close. But I guess the note to ourselves is if the companies have got some really bad news, it can't get too much worse than what Ebix and SunPower had in terms of news. I don't think. Ah, Cliff. Well, didn't have the patience. Okay, guys, sorry. Just following an internal conversation. So the CYCC, 1 for 15 reverse split today. Ah, man, when saw it was at 380. It pops up to 436. And, you know, this is this is what they should do. They want to promote their stock after a reverse split. A lot of times it's not on the day of, but phase one data suggesting efficacy against tumors, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's what they try to do, juice the stock a bit, just because they've done the reverse split. And why do a reverse split in order to maintain their NASDAQ listing is typically the reason. So this is really, split adjusted, 28-cent stock. Okay, they did a 1 for 15 reverse split. And this more than likely, it's the 18th now. This float has not been adjusted for the reverse split. So this will be more like, 600 to 700,000 in the float right now. Divide that by 15, the 10.6 by 15. Oh my goodness, what an idiot I am. Sorry. I'm going to call. Look at that. CLF. Oh, man. So this is what I'm talking about. CLF, we had that alert at 2066. I literally got out at 2070. And it popped up to, I think, 2080 almost. And it started coming back. I thought, you know what? How much more can I get out of it? Well, obviously, a lot more. Should have had more faith. All right, excuse me. Okay, guys, 11:29. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. Chris sometimes is listening to me, but because I'll be taking my break in about 30 minutes. So some of these healthcare stocks, sorry, this is not healthcare. I thought it was healthcare, IHS. I'm confusing it with something else, I guess. Because I did see CYH. Okay, guys, GPCR is trying to come back here a little bit. GPCR trying to come back here again. Hit really hard. Their obesity drug did not work. Well, disappointing data doesn't mean it's over forever, but well, there will be Yeti. There's no question. Question is, will there be a set 25% off? I'm just waiting for the promo code. Okay, Yeti. Probably get it by tomorrow. Okay, yeah, probably get it by tomorrow. Are you in a month or a year? Well, I can actually 10th year. Good for you. You oh, my 13th. But I'll tell you what, I can get you. I'm going to private message you, okay? Okay. So I've just typed. Hopefully you can see that. Okay. And then go to my home page. Okay. And here is something that'll get you that off right now. In a moment. Okay. So use that promo code. Okay. Oh, guys, look at GPCR now, really trying to come back here. Click ESPR, sure. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely got some room here. Participating in the 42nd Annual Morgan Healthcare Conference, so it definitely has some room. Let me see the high over here. Yeah, I mean, it's got room. I'm not, the best thing you can say about it, it's got room. 459 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Now, why it's running today, I don't know, but not a low float, 100 million and 99 million in the float, so it's not a low float situation, but wow, GPCR, that is a great move now. Really trying to come back here. Just reading through this, I mean, Will, you probably have to read through this a lot more, but and that is for the GPCR. This is a great bounce now, guys. 26 to 35. Yeah, GCT. No kidding. GCT. Now there is the daily high that it's got to get through, which is 1511. So it's right there. And then the weekly high is way up here at 1867 or so, 1860. So I would be waiting on this one to see if it takes that high out again, which is 1511. So I'm going to put an alert at 1515 for GCT. If it takes out the high and then just keeps running, it's a low float, 13.3 million in the float. So it's a low float. Good volume, 3.3 times normal. And if it makes a high up here at 1615, I think we will see it in the combo because certainly it's just sort of sneaking in right now in terms of option volume. Remember, the minimum has to be 500. So 611 and that is three times normal. It's certainly a 10-day daily breakout if it takes that out right here again. Well, my guess is that it will show up here in this one and then option in the combo if it gets back up to 15, 18. Now, am I going to anticipate that that's going to happen? No. So I'm not going to take the trade prematurely, thinking it's going to happen. Look at the other steel play here, guys. MT, other steel play, MT, both CLF and MT. You're right. This is not going to show up. I'm sorry. You are right. The relative volume is too low. Shoot. Well, it doesn't mean it's bad, but you're right. The relative volume has to be 8 on the 10-day daily breakout. So, but you're right in yours where you've reduced it to 3. Just one moment, please. I'm actually inclined to take this one, this GCT. I'd like to see the spread. Wow, look at GPCR now, guys. Wow, great bounce now for GPCR. Oh boy, if that bid catches up in GCT, 1515, 1530 right now. What a bounce, guys. Look at the volume coming in too for a GPCR. So this is showing up in the option activity. It'll never show up in the other one though, in the combo, because it's obviously not a 10-day daily breakout. It's a 10-day daily breakout, but it's moving higher, so it's not going to show up. Meanwhile, MT and Cliff CLF, a couple of almost the same. Oh, no, no, not the same price. What a day! What a day for activity. So I think Chris said it was him. And me give me a. Yeah, he is. I think he said he was. I think Chris said he was in. Okay, I'm pretty sure. I just can't find his message to me. Oh, this is making me sick. Well, hopefully you guys had more endurance than I did on the CLF, but you can kind of see why I love this scan, guys. I mean, don't get too many alerts from it. I still think, well, I don't know for sure, but the ZIMV may later on in the day do something. It wasn't bad, 1612, and it got up to before it pulled back, 1658. But look at the cliff now, 2066 over 21, and then these two huge on the way down. EBIX and SPWR, huge percentage moves. Boy, I'm watching this GCT. I mean, this has some real room. GCT. Oh, here's another one, guys. Man, they're coming fast and furious. CXDO, another one that is breaking over the whole number. Not a lot of volume, but it is 20 times normal. See if there's any news on this one, CXDO. I don't think so. Just a just moving on its own for some reason, up 21%, low float, 10 million in the float. Okay, guys. Well, I wonder if I should do it. LNTH just showed up. LNTH just showed up on the short side in that combo scanner. Of course, it's got the news, bad news. Cancer drug data misses expectations. My only problem is I'm going to be taking my break. This is what I'm talking about, guys. So here's an alert at $58. And when we look left, I can't see too much support. The break. Let me get a monthly chart up for this one. 56.86, so about $1 away on the monthly chart. Okay, no, I don't know if it'll get there, but all right, guys, 11:51. So there we go, guys. So what is GCT? Okay, guys, I am going to put the YouTube link in. Chris is going to be in our YouTube room in about less than 10 minutes. Sometimes he shows up a little bit earlier. Let me put the link in. I'll put my announcement in. Of course, I'm still here, but I'll put the announcement in. Okay, guys, so I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up. All right, keep an eye on that GPCR. I mean, it's hanging around that whole number of 37. That could be a good base for it to keep jumping from. Meanwhile, this PCT keeps moving down. PCT, well, a lifetime low. Also, a lifetime low. PCT, lifetime low. After the company reports facing some mechanical problems at its Ironton facility last week, et cetera, et cetera. Rochester or upper state New York, perhaps. Well, I guess I'm completely wrong. Orlando. For some reason, I thought they had something in Rochester. And I mean, wow, look at this. Look at the GPCR. This was at 35. And it just popped up to almost 38 now. What a comeback. It's still down 35%, but what a comeback. So I don't know, maybe a big overreaction. Yeah, you know what? And it actually got through the 200-day moving average on the way up. Of course, it broke broke through it on the way down, but is now through the 200-day moving average on the way up. And now you heard it pop. That must mean you are in the room, right, Chris?
That is correct.
All
Here I
right,
am.
just give me a moment.
Absolutely.
Okay, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And Mr. Varley, how the heck are you?
We're plugging along here on a Monday. Yourself?
Wow, this has been an insanely active Monday.
Sure has.
For me, anyway.
Also me. I snuck a few in, although it was not easy and I exited earlier than I wanted. Here we are with a couple of wins on the board anyways.
Yeah, it's always nice to see that. But man, I mean, normally Mondays can be a little bit easing into the week, but not, and Christmas week, holiday week, you would think maybe a little bit less, but not even close.
Nope, not at all. I thought the same thing, but I guess people are eager to get it in. We've had a nice bull run and people want to ride it through the end of the year here.
Yeah.
So I'm ready. I've got the screen if
I'm
you're
ready
to take your break, but I don't want to interrupt the flow of anything.
Okay, I've been through 2 jugs of water. So
whoa, all right then.
Talk,
Time to go sweat it out on the machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Chris, thanks.
We'll see you in about an hour, Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody, as Barry makes his way out and onto a break. All right, settle in here. Give me one moment. I just want to adjust something. I'm ready to rock and roll. So, all right, everybody, get ready to go here. Happy Monday to you all. As Barry said, we're starting off right away here on the week. If anybody with questions, I'll start there, of course. Fire those questions away for me. Selfishly, I always think, well, not just selfishly, but it's always better when you folks drive the content of this. I feel like you get more out of it. You may have a question that's similar to someone else that helps them. Then maybe they pile in into that. Maybe a back and forth starts that really kind of bodes well for the community in that sense. Selfish part of it is it makes my job easier and it makes me better at my job when you folks are asking those questions. just that whole kind of community vibe to it. With that said, if there are no questions, I'll of course do my best to keep it moving forward, entertaining, educational, and informative. But I will await your questions, and we can interrupt anything that we're talking about to get to those. So I'll just kind of dive around the market a little bit and see what you folks put in or do not put in for me, and we will take it from there. Okay, so with that said, I got a gap up in the SPY this morning here. Interesting close for last week, right? So we had, Wednesday with that monster day, and then a near, I guess we'll call this a doji here on Thursday, and again on Friday, that gap up today. And then we started to fade a little bit and looked like maybe it was going to come down here and fill the gap today, but so far has not. About 11 o'clock, we started making a nice move up here again, back towards the high of the day, and just kind of hovering around at that level right now. So we'll see what that means for the rest of this time, or for the rest of the day. Let's see. For shot trade of the week, at what level should be take profit? Well, Steve had a target that he put on there of $6. I would say this for shot. It would be criminal if this company does not put out an offering at some point in the near future, especially if there is any kind of a run towards 6 again. Why do I say criminal? Well, they've got, they're going to have to raise funds. It's just as simple as that, right? So, the company is making $4 million. They've got, debt of $2 million, not terrible, right? But, they're going to need more money than what they've got if they want to continue to be a company that innovates and creates and so on and so forth. So I would recommend whatever you think. I'm not going to say what should or shouldn't be a target. We can't give financial advice here. But if you're sitting with some money, you might want to consider taking a quarter, a third, a half, 3/4 of it, 2/3 of it, whatever it happens to be, and then maybe letting the rest ride. Because if they do issue, if they do another offering, it's going to tank the shares without a question. That's just the way the market works. That's just the nature of the beast here. So again, I was surprised personally when there was no offering here. I was really surprised by it. So, I won't be surprised when it comes. Hopefully it doesn't come midday. That's kind of crappy when a company does that midday personally. But, I wouldn't be surprised at after market close on any one of these days if there is an offering. And so I would be considering that as a defensive thought in moving forward here in any position that you have. I would also note that it looks like, price kind of struggled here at that's a terribly drawn line, at the top of the body of that candle from a couple of weeks ago. I don't think that's any happy accident as we go back here and we see how much price has been a gravity of this area, right? So I'd be looking at that as an area where people are taking profits on it still, wherever they've gotten in, whether it have been somewhere way back here or bought on one of these dips back here. I would also consider you've got bag holders holding up here, and they're going to continue to drop shares on folks as they get somewhere anywhere near break even as well. So with all those things said, obviously I cannot give you a price to sell, but I would, if you don't have a plan before you got into the trade, make one now and stick to it. That's the best thing that I could tell anybody. How much meat did you eat from that IVVD bone? I ate a little bit. I didn't get I didn't get exactly what I wanted on it. I got it late here, above 330. I was really watching for this 320 level here. I was involved in some other stuff that was going on on whatever I have to do with the development team. And anyways, I grabbed it late and I sold some just before 4 because I really didn't know what it would do. I had stuck an order there right away. I held a little bit through 4, and held while it was bouncing around in here. And when it struggled to get back above this here, I think when it actually was on this candle here, as it started to move back down again, I got back out somewhere, whatever my 419. I exited the rest at 419. Got a price alert set. I don't think I'll double dip on this one today, but you never know. You never know. But yeah, Peter, that's what I did on that there. I took a small share size on it. I didn't take what I would quote unquote consider a full share size because I did grab it late. Actually got a fill at 337 is where my fill came in. I sold some at 390 and the rest at 419. So, the winning trades, we never got it. We never take as much as we want. I think we should have had, you always feel light on the winners. You always feel heavy on the losers, right? It's just the way it goes with those things. But anyways, it was, part of a good start to a Monday. Anything I could say about GOTU? Let's see, what can I say about it? China. So, I'm always cautious about Chinese stocks. I would almost, I don't know what kind of environment we would need to be in, or I'd have to have a trading account in the couple of millions to want to hold any Chinese stocks overnight. You really just never know what you're getting with China. And if you look at emerging markets minus China, emerging markets look absolutely fantastic. And if you look at emerging markets with China, they don't look nearly as good. It's just kind of the way it is. That's all there is to it. So I would throw out that $4 is a level of interest in it for, whatever reason besides just being a psychological whole number. But here we can see, going back the beginning of this year, $4 just seems to be a magnet for this stock for whatever reason. So below 4, I'd be bearish. Above 4, I'd be bullish. That's what I would be going with on that. Obviously, like I said before with SHOT, if you're involved in it and you didn't have a trading plan, you need to get one now and execute it, even if it's an execution on a trading plan for a loss at this point. You don't want to let a small loss turn into a large loss. You don't want to let a large loss turn into a huge loss. Just speaking from personal experience of having done that my fair share of times, things like that have held me back for a long time. That's all there is to it. It's unfortunate the way it goes, though. If you're in it and you're in it as a current winner right now, again, and have a trading plan and execute it. If you don't, again, get one and start following it now. There's no waiting on these things. The market will punish people who enter trades without a plan, and they will double punish people who have a plan and don't execute that plan. They will also punish people that have not tested their plans thoroughly. That's not to say that, you test a plan on individual stocks, but you should have some sort of repeatable plan. I enter based on this moving average or based on, these support and resistances that I generally use throughout my trading, or this RSI or this MACD divergence, or whatever it is that whatever it is that you decide that gets you in here. The scanners put these things on our radar. From there, we need to figure out an executable plan. Even if it's something as simple as following a 10-day moving average, or a 5-day moving average, or a 20-day moving average. Above it, I'm in; below it, I'm out, type of thing. Even something as simple as that, right? At least have that formulated, have done some testing on it, and then move forward from there. But that $4 level, I'd say that's your real key level right there. I do find it interesting that so let's see, this is Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. On Wednesday, it came down with that bottoming shadow and tagged this level down here as well. It's obviously another level of fairly heavy interest. I think we could all agree on that. 340-ish, give or take. You want to call 340, you want to call 350. 10 cents is a lot to give, can be a lot to give on a $3 stock. So that's my short and skinny there for GOTU. GOTU. Upon it, I'm glad that helped as far as shot goes. I of course always wish I could definitively give people some kind of target or stop that's just money 9 out of 10 times, but I can't do that for myself, so I'm certainly not doing that for anybody else. Also legally I'm not not allowed to do something like that. It would wind me in quite a bit of trouble here. But what I always encourage people to do, if you're just not sure on anything you're looking at it on a chart, draw a line, even if it's random at first. Then move that line around, because look, at the end of the day, all technical analysis is subjective. People all the time tease and technical analysis is astrology for traders and blah 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 blah. But if that was really true, I'm sorry, but the technical analysis world wouldn't have grown over the last 50 years like it has. You wouldn't have portfolio managers using it, so on and so forth. You wouldn't have successful short and long-term traders that use it. Is it an end-all be-all? No, but are earnings reports? Certainly not, right? Fundamental analysis is no different, right? How many times have we seen great earnings, stock tanks, bad earnings, stock runs, right? It's all subjective and open to interpretations and so on and so forth. Whether you're using technical analysis alone or fundamental analysis alone or a combination thereof, the trading plan is at the end of the day what makes everything. I hate that, right? That big cliche. At the end of the day, a trading plan is ultimately what sets the winners apart from the losers on all this, and the discipline to stick with it. That's really what it is in a nutshell. But back to the technical analysis side of things, draw a line. Like, look, if I drew a line and I drew it here, all right, there's some price touching it through here, right? But not as much as that $4 level, right? Not as much as that 340 level we were just looking at, right? If we draw it right here, is it here? It starts to become very subjective, and you have to decide. We have to decide. Everyone has to decide where that line makes the most sense to us, and then we have to decide anything that happens counter to what we want to happen. If we're losing money, that we're not going to just move the goalpost and justify moving those. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. So, all right, I'm glad so far it seems like that helped, or we were okay with those answers. And again, other questions, please fire those away for me. If there's other questions related specifically to what we were just going over, fire those away for me. Anything software related, you can, of course, look at charts as well. Okay, sorry, just some messages had come in, and looking at that. Yeah, that's, I believe the first person I ever heard say that was Barry. Some odd years ago when I first joined the traders room, long before I worked for Trade Ideas. That's where I got my start. I'm not a finance person. I worked in restaurants my entire life, and some odd construction jobs and things, gardening, landscaping, whatever. Just one day I decided I wanted to learn how to trade, and I somehow luckily stumbled across Trade Ideas in the free traders room and some stuff like that. Started taking notes and blah, 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 blah. Long story short as I can make it, I just sat there and listened, took notes and all those things like that, and looked up terms. I didn't understand I didn't know what a simple moving average is, or VWAP or RSI or position and range or any of that crap like that. I had to look it all up and try to make sense of, essentially learning another language. But Barry's probably the first person talked about having a stop and not moving the goalposts on that stop, and all those things like that. How to assess in the early stages of momentum, not to exit, avoid early shakeout, but not ride everything to zero. That trading plan. What are you using? You know, what indicator are you using to not be shaken out? Are you looking at a level? You know, are you looking at a moving average? Are you looking at the VWAP? Things of that nature is what I would suggest, right? Just bring this up for an example here. You know, where do you consider a shakeout and not a shakeout, right? Let's say that I took a trade here on the $3 break, and I ride it all the way up here, and then all of a sudden I get these closing candles here that are below this 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. I closed it, right? The stock goes back up. Am I going to consider that a shakeout? I mean, I wouldn't consider that a shakeout, right? You know, that's the trading plan, right? Again, this becomes very subjective like stuff. So a lot of people, intraday traders, are using things like whether it's an exponential moving average or simple moving average or the VWAP, using something like that. In hindsight, we could always look back and say, oh, I left some money on the table here and here. But, you know, also it came back down to here. There's no way to predict that it was going to come back up there another 20, 30, 40 cents. That's impossible. We have to decide, what are we making? What is reasonable to us? Why is it reasonable? These things usually relate to our account sizes and our trading plan. So that would be something that I would point towards. You know, someone else might look at a combination of these things saying, all right, well, I'm going to add an indicator here. Maybe I want RSI, some combination of RSI and a moving average on here, right? And, you know, if the RSI stays above 60, for example, or 50 or whatever, that's, you know, it's got to be a double confirmation of me wanting to exit the trade. As long as the RSI is above X on X time frame, and I'm not getting confirmation to close out the trade, then I'm staying with the trade. You know, things of that nature, right? And obviously this stuff is going to look different on different time frames. So you need to pick a time frame and stick with it. But that time frame should only be picked once you've experimented and looked and tested different time frames. And then again, it goes with moving the goalposts. If you've decided a 5-minute time frame is what you're using, don't go looking at a 60-minute time frame, right? Unless you've looped in multiple time frames for fractal reasons or something of that nature. I look at 3-minute and 5-minute time frames on my intraday trading these days. Someone else might look at a 5-minute and 15-minute. Someone might look at a 15 and 30-minute, right? Generally speaking, the longer the time frame, the more confirmation people are looking for. The shorter the time frame, I won't say it's less confirmation, but they're looking for confirmation on much shorter time frames, meaning they understand that they're likely to enter a trade early or exit the trade early, versus the more confirmation, you're likely to enter the trade late or exit the trade late. That's how confirmation works when we expand or shrink down time frames. It's a give and take relationship, like with building a scan, same kind of concept. I'll remove this RSI, but I just wanted to illustrate a way to use more than one indicator, or the capabilities of using more than one indicator to hold you in a trade or to move you out of a trade. RSI, remove, there we go. All right. Anything I can say about ESPR? I don't know. Let's take a look at ESPR. Oh, what can I say about ESPR? Interesting chart right there. It's got a big gap to try to get into and fill. What do I like to do on things like this? I like to draw a horizontal support resistance line right there at the high of the day. And I mean, come on now. Gets right to that, right to this back here, right? Again, I don't believe in coincidences, generally speaking, especially with technical analysis. I don't believe in random walk theory is what I don't believe in. So I'd be looking at that right there. You get into that, and there's begins a higher likelihood. Now we're looking at it on a daily time frame, so I'd consider on a daily time frame of a possible gap fill that's going on here. What I would also say about this is it's pharmaceutical, and you never know when the FDA is going to make your day or ruin your day when it comes to pharmaceuticals, right? On top of phase 1, 2, 3 studies and all those things like that. So you are at the mercy more with the company like this of news and the company of what they've actually done versus a number of other anything that's in tech, for example, or in retail, for example. Generally speaking, in retail, once you're away from earnings, barring a major recall or something of that nature, or a retail company is already in trouble to start with, you're not likely to have some kind of news come out. With this, you got to look at their, if you're looking at it on a longer term time frame, which I surmise you are, you got to look at what they've got in the pipeline and what has been put out to this point on the pipeline, and all those news and things like that, and have to consider some of that. Unless you're just willing to risk it based on sheer technical analysis and say to hell with whatever they've got going on as far as trial runs and things of that nature go. But you're here on that. I would note this here. It's an awfully big volume bar there, and while it's on the sell side, stock has continued to move up here. It's interesting to look at there. Now, that volume bar being on the sell side, we have to consider this. Gapped up that day, right? So really, stock wasn't negative on the day. It was negative from its open, not from the prior day's close. So I would consider that, whatever reason that was, it's held here and held here. Now the volume through here has kind of remained back, on the upper end of when it's had decent days here, going back, several months at this point. So I don't know if you can consider that accumulation volume, if it's people, taking profits, based on this nice percentage run that had happened through here, things of that nature. So those are the things that I'd comment there on ESPR. And as always, to beat the same drum as I continuously beat, have a plan. Have a plan for why you're getting in, a reason for why you're getting in, a plan for getting out, why you're getting out. And if you don't trade it, don't steer right clear of it. And again, anybody with questions, fire those away from me. And SPYs continue to grind along here on that high of the day and making another move up here. It looks like. I'm going to get back to my 5-minute chart. There, sorry, just answering a message that came in. ZJYL showing 750 for me. ZJYL. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. I see this here on time and sales from IB. I don't know. I got nothing. I don't know what to say on that. I mean, considering what it's done right here, I would be steering right clear of that. I can tell you that right now. It's also its last print. Look, its last print was $25. So that's its last print. 13 shares at 11:25 this morning at 25.30. And then it halted here at $25. So that's the last print. That's the last sale right there. And look, you can see all down here. Here are all the last sales, all there. So why is it stacking at $750? Your guess would be as good as anybody else on this planet. You're welcome, Javier. GPCR. GPCR. Oof, that's tough. That's tough waking up to something like that. But this, perfectly illustrating what I was just talking about with pharmaceuticals. I have no idea why this happened. Not a clue. But this is why holding pharmaceuticals overnight can be so dangerous. Go the other way too, right? It cuts both ways. Unfortunately, it usually cuts this way more often than it cuts this way. And there's nothing you can do. There's no stop loss on this planet that will protect you from that happening. Because that happened overnight in the, in the post-market, the pre-market, so on and so forth. So they're stop losses don't execute during those times. There's absolutely nothing you could have done, anybody could do on that. It's got a nice reversal though. I mean, look at the reversal on this thing. Came down under 30, all the way down here, $25 maybe. 26, if it ever wants to show me on that candle. So its low was 26.61, and it's reversed over $10 at this point, $13 nearly. Ton of liquidity, ton of volume. Obviously, $40 looks like a challenge for it on this recovery, but someone might have said 30 might be a challenge for it too. So again, have a plan, stick with it. Pretty spready stock. Is it the worst? No, it's a near $40 stock right now. So seeing a spread 10 cents isn't, the end all. 5 cents isn't the end all be all. 3 cents. You can see it. The spread tightens up and then goes out. So it's just something you want to be aware of. Now the spread's up to the 29 cents. Just something to be aware of. That's all. But it's not something I would be looking to take a long-term position in. Again, we've been talking about trading plans and things like that. Someone, following this might say, all right, recaptured the 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. If it closes here above the 8 EMA on this 5-minute chart, I want to be a buyer and playing it against that $40 as an upside, and a seller playing it on the downside of that 8 EMA. Someone might use a 9 EMA. Someone might use a 10 SMA. Someone might use a 13 EMA. There's no right or wrong answer on this. Simply having a plan, done some simulated trading based on it, and sticking to that. There's IVVD setting off a price alert for me here. You see the volume is coming back into it right here. We can see the volume just came back into it a little bit on this candle here. It's about to take it out with a minute plus to go on this candle here. Let's look at it on a 3-minute chart. So that was your larger of the candles, decline. This is probably going to take out the prior volume candle here on a 3-minute chart. So I keep an eye on it, but I'm not one to double dip on these too often, especially a stock like this. It's not a small float necessarily. I mean, 46 million in the float. So certainly not a quote unquote small float. Is it a large float? No, not huge, but I mean, we're not looking at, 30, 20, 15, 10 million in the below in the float. Not, same as what was it? CUEN, a million in the float. I mean, this thing, tiny float here in comparison to IVVD. UA, that's Under Armour, right? I would suspect they're enjoying a run up into the holiday season here. Enjoying a run up here. Interesting, broke out above this $8 level now. Not far off that level there. That's what I'd be looking at with Under Armour. Those are things that jump out at me right away there. I think if we look at the XRT, right? That's your retail ETF. Look at that. I mean, very, very similar, right? So I think you're going to be fairly tied to the XRT with Under Armour. That's what I'd be looking at with that. And then, as always, beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. Is this extended? I don't know. I've seen things get way more extended than this. I've also seen things look like this and then come crashing down as well. So again, the whole prediction thing. But I mean, look at this run that it had here, right? I would have thought, was it extended here? Took a pause for the cause and ran itself back up again before that, pretty serious collapse that it had there and continued afterwards. That's what I'd be looking at with Under Armour. I mean, historically way, way off any kind of highs from back here. Historically well off all-time highs of $29. Not a small float on that stock, 158 plus million on that float too. So it's one of those ones that it feels like when it's moving down, it doesn't feel like it's that large of a float. And when it's moving up, it feels a little more like it does have that large of a float. The case and example of, windy staircase up and an empty elevator shaft down type of stock. So I'd be thinking about with this here, fighting with that $8 level. Above that $8 level, $8.50 is actually another area, looks like price has some memory to it. Again, I like to start with drawing a line here at the high of the day, usually when something's moving like that, and looking back. And so we could see here, look, this time last year, it was running up into it as resistance. Broke through it, it became support, ran through it into the new year, came down, found it as support before breaking that support, and then found it as resistance in the spring before being under that level for the rest of the year. So that's pretty clear painted picture there of above this line, leans bullish, below that line, leans bearish, I would say. So, all right, we're looking good. I'm feeling good about today's session so far here. Hopefully everybody else is too. And again, continue fire those questions away for me, please. Sorry, just catching up on a message and an email that came in here. So yeah, that IVVD here rejected around that level. If I were to get involved in this, it'd probably be on a break on the high of the day here. I don't think anything short of that would get me in. Just no reason. You've got this topping shadow here, these sets of candles here, that topping shadow there, and the topping shadow that is part of the high of the day today. No reason to put a risk on, because where's my reward, right? Where am I entering before the high of the day? I'm playing it high of the day as a resistance. So am I using that as a target, with no promise that it gets through that? That doesn't make a lot of sense, considering you got these bottoming shadows down here, all the way down here for some sort of logical risk. Stocks like this, and in the situation that it's in right now, I just feel like, playing the whole number, you're getting involved with people that, quite possibly going to try to run it through the whole number to trigger people's stops to reverse it this way. Is that something that is going to happen? I have no idea, but, I play all scenarios in my head. And so for those reasons, to quote Mark Cuban, I'm out. Frank, I have a question for you. Can you help me with a scanner that I'm trying to create? I could do my best, Frank. Throw out what we're looking for, some things that you're looking for, the time frames you're looking to do it on, and I will do my darndest to get you some sort of workable template here. That's one of the things we're definitely here for on these support sessions. I'll wait that to come in here. And KD, why was I looking at you earlier? Sorry, I set off a price alert for me here not long ago. All right, I guess it must have been on my relative strength from the open here. Probably wasn't a winner, but probably was something that was come through I was interested in. Strong chart, real strong chart on this. A ways away from the lifetime high, but man, you got to hit the way back machine to find that. Any kind of resistance got to go all the way back to this time in 2021 here. So it's interesting. That high of the day there. Big float, right? 227 million in the float. But that's one of the things I don't bother with float, in the sense of I don't really care what the float of a stock is as far as my scanning goes. I only care about the float if I'm looking to take a position in it, right? Obviously, I'm going to treat something with a 200 million float differently than something with a 2 million float, right? So the 2 million float, not going to be walking away from that keyboard if I'm getting into it, right? It would be not smart, not wise of me to do something like that, versus something with 200 million float. It's less likely to make some kind of big reversal, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. I mean, look at this 5-minute candle here, around 1988 or so, and all the way back down here to 1950 something. It's nothing to sneeze at, 30 something cent move here on that candle. Even with that float there, it's still, a sizable move without any question. Devance symbol list daily candlestick I did not find. Yeah, Frank, I'd sent you an email about this over the weekend. I believe it. I can't imagine there's two people with exactly the same thing. Yeah, did you happen to get my email on that? So channel 4 doesn't exist anymore. It's now the Trader's Vault. So if you come to channel bar and we look, show more. Let me expand it this way. Trader's Vault. You should find anything that was in channel 4 will be here in the Trader's Vault. I can't click it because I'll lose my layout, and I don't want to lose my layout right now. But you'll only find it in the channel bar, not the dock channel bar. No channel 4 anymore, though. So, if we're looking here, new channel bar, not dock channel bar, right? And that'll get you this channel bar here. And then you got to click the the show more, and you'll find it should be in there. I don't see why it would have been removed. If it has been removed, I'd have to start asking Andy or someone like that that's kind of worked on the Traders Vault if they have a link to it. I have no work on the Traders Vault whatsoever myself. No scans in there or anything like that. So that's as far as that. And I surmise these are two different scans, two different questions here. Relative volume, previous days range. So, I mean, we could go new. I mean, we could also do this ourselves here. New, alert window, symbols list. Let me get rid of these things here. Remove. Add existing list. Daily here. Those are the daily ones there. So you're looking at bottoming tail. There's bottoming tail, so we'll add that. We're looking at doji. You click on that, put a check mark in it. We're looking at hammer. We're checking that. We are looking at green bar reversal. We'll put a check on that. So I think that covers all those there. And so position in previous day's range. We're going to come back to the search position. And previous day's range. When I click on that, we're going to add that filter. I'm guessing you want it 99% above the previous day's range. We're looking at daily volume 10-day. Search DAILY, daily volume 10 days. We're going to add that filter. And we're looking at 300,000 on that minimum, I'm guessing, not maximum. And that's everything. So here, we're going to ship that off to you. We'll call it daily symbol. Let's scan from support web B. If I can type, that would be awesome. And there you have it, sports fans. I'm going to right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. I'm going to put that right in there for everyone, including Frank, who had chimed in for that. So there's that. Just please, anybody that takes a scan, please save it to your cloud. Because I go through and I delete everything in my cloud every few days that I don't actually use. So make sure you save that. We go ahead and do the same exercise for the other one. I mean, and again, likely it's in the Traders Vault, Frank, but new alert window. Oh, you know what I realized on that alert window, Frank? I left this crossed above daily resistance. You might want to go in and edit that. Maybe you want to use a different alert in there. That's the crossed above resistance. It's my default go-to alert, but you're obviously welcome to change that whatever you want. For this one, we'll go with new high on the day. We'll add that alert. We'll swap it out. Symbols list. Let me get rid of these ones. What are we adding for this one? Candles, daily, bullish daily candlestick patterns alert. So I don't know which bullish ones you want to put in here. I mean, we can add that. We can add a green bar reversal. We can add a I guess we can add a hammer. We can add I mean, those are more the bullish ones. Bottoming tail, sorry, we can add a bottoming tail. You might find those bullish. Back to the search. And I see, we'll take a look at shot in just a second there, Jaron. Let me just wrap this up here for Frank. So we got those configuration, new high. 50-day SMA. I guess we want to be above it. 50 SMA. Add that filter. We'll put a 0.01 there. Above 5-minute price above $5. I think that's what we got there. And 5-minute volume 100 or more. L. And where are you? 5-minute volume. Add filter 100. All right. And so let's say again. Oh, did I put check marks on those? Yes, I did. All right. Bullish daily candles, right? Candles above 50 SMA. And again, I'll save and share this out. Just please, please, please. Again, either of these scans, you took the one, you took the other, you took them both. Make sure to please save and share those to the cloud. Also, Frank, if you could please let me know that A, you've heard everything I said, and B, if you can confirm whether or not you got that email from me over the weekend. Once in a while, our emails don't land, and we have to go in and kind of poke the system and the company that we use to send those and make sure that they're landing. We have no way to really know on our end unless we check every individual email if they landed, which is, with a few thousand coming in a month is never going to happen. So if you could kindly let me know, Frank, whether or not you received those. Now, Jaron said trade a week, taking a dive. And, I mentioned before about an offering, right? So, yeah, it's giving us a middle finger candle at the moment here. This is a tough one because gets that trigger price of 420 basically almost on the open, runs on up before a fade. And, I'm not taking a trade in these candles here. I need 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. The earliest I'm getting in on something is going to be those set of candles there. And given that right there, I'd be holding off. So I will see what happens here. Came down, bounced off that 4. We'll see where it goes from there. Yeah. Excuse me, just want to adjust something here. There. All right, so with all those things said, I think it's been an okay session for us. No, I hope you feel that way anyways. I feel like that's been a decent session for us. And again, as always, questions, comments, concerns, fire those away for me. Holy cow, it's already 12:48. Gee whiz. I just didn't realize the time flew by. I don't know. I very much enjoy these sessions with, hopefully you folks are getting something out of them and enjoying them too. I personally very much enjoy these. With that said, LQR running across the screen here. I've been on here all day long, just grinding higher. Shame on me. I really kind of ignored this one, and I ignored it at my own peril, obviously. Although I was involved in other trades anyways, so it wasn't that I ignored it. I, picked my bed to lay in. A little tough though, with these topping shadows and bottoming shadows going on here like that. Not necessarily an easy trader. It's also been fairly spready on the day, but you work the spread, you put an order in at a level you want to see filled, and so on and so forth. But a grinder on the day, nonetheless. Hard to ignore something that's up, 57% from the open, 59.5% from the prior close, right? Also, certainly worth noting here, on the daily chart, you've got that bottoming shadow there, and it pops, and closes above 2. That was Thursday. Friday came down, tested 2, closed off of it, also closed above that body of that candle. We've been on a nice run since the open here. Market more than less on its side. So all things to note. What is it? Wineries. Provides digital marketing and brand development for alcoholic beverages space. Interesting. Fairly new company, 2021, January 2021. So it's coming up on its 3-year anniversary here in a short bit. Frank, I did get your awesome, Frank. I just want to make sure that you got it. That's all. First off, my number one concern is I don't want any user to ever think we were ignoring them. We never dodge or ignore emails, but on occasion, for whatever reason, things land in people's spam folders. We've come across situations where all of a sudden, 50% of our emails weren't being delivered. We didn't realize it till all of a sudden people were sending in multiple emails for the same thing over and over again. And we took a step back and, started emailing from a set of personal email addresses that we have that are less likely to be flagged as spam or undeliverable for whatever reason. And then, found that for whatever reason, there's people that work on that stuff. It's above my knowledge or understanding. Long story long as always, the emails weren't properly being delivered. Well, that's a major issue for us in support when that happens. So I just always like to make sure that those are finding their way to the users. At the end of the day, if you folks aren't getting, first off, you're not getting support from us. I gotta stay subscribed, number one. And second, if you're not getting support from us, you're bound to have a much harder time trying to turn a profit using the software. And at the end of the day, that's what everybody's here for, is turning a profit using the software. If people are not doing that, it's just simply said, not going to remain subscribers. So behoove us to make sure that we're doing everything in our power to get value to you folks. So, all right, we're pulling into a little under 10 minutes before the 1 o'clock hour here. Got KD still kind of watching that here. I'm watching this here. I took some other positions that swing positions that I'm kind of sitting heavy now. I don't really want to enter anything else, but hard to ignore that. There's your UA. Was Amos, I'm not sure how pronouncing that, but Under Armour's just coming across on my races there. It's made another nice, move off that high of the day onto that high of the day again. Obviously enough volume to keep it on there as well. So can't ignore that. Up there it is at the bottom here. That's what caught my eye. I saw that $9, but I didn't realize it was the preferred shares, UAA. All the same though, took a poke at high of the day. This is similar to just the UA chart, and I would, I wouldn't be ignoring it if I'm looking for things in the retail space, right? I wouldn't be ignoring that. If you can, get up above this $9 level, continue to hold it, you start to look at that 950 and change level on that UAA. So not something I'd be ignoring. That's for sure as can be. So, all right. My alarm is about to go off here in a few seconds. I'm going to shut that off and put my earphones in. There we go.
Ring, ring.
Oh, there he is. You were listening in on us here. Oop, you're coming in. Is it me or is Barry coming in broken up? I don't hear you. I heard you flash in and then flash out.
Oh, okay. How about
there you
now?
are. Now you're in. You're fully in.
I was just fooling around. That's why.
Okay. Gotcha.
Oh my goodness. So I'm looking at this LNTH. Maybe a reshort or something.
LNTH?
LNTH.
Oof. Oof.
Bad news in the pre-market.
Yeah, it is.
Prostate cancer, their drug didn't work, or
that sucks.
Bad data. And so it's kind of chopping around a bit, but it actually showed up on that scan that I love.
On the option scan or the breakdown or both?
Well, no, the combo, the combo scan.
Oh, right.
It's got to be, yeah. So I'm starting to, I was not really paying that much attention to the shorts on that combo scan.
Yep.
But man, we had EBIX and we had SPWR shorting, and it's incredible moves there. And then the LNTH at 58, just before noon, it moved down to 56 something, and now it's popped up. So I'm just wondering, I want to see maybe I can reshort it or something.
Yeah, it still don't look strong. I mean, if it can maybe recapture that high back from around 1240 there, then maybe it takes a shot again around the VWAP or something like that. But yeah, it doesn't. You always feel, I feel for the people that were in on the stock, because I never want to see anybody get hurt. But also, when it comes to cancer drugs, I mean, I think most people are rooting for them to do well.
For sure.
Everybody can relate some sort of story to some sort of cancer that's tragic for their themselves or family. So, but that's also the other side of the market. That's the flip coin of all this stuff. But that is
the flip coin. So, Chris, do you think Nippon Steel is really going to take over U.S. Steel?
I mean, do I think that? I have no idea. I thought U.S. Steel got bought out months ago.
Oh no. Oh man. Well, let me bring you up to date, my friend. So CLF, Cliff, and MT out of France, they both made bids in the 35 level several months ago, and they were rejected. Okay.
Gotcha.
And then last week, people were talking about maybe somebody's going to take another shot at them in the 40 level. Yeah. And that's why it went up to 40. So this morning, though, it's the Japanese big steel company Nippon put in a $50 or $55 bid on them. My question, though, is do you think your government really is going to let a foreign company take over U.S. Steel?
Sure, why not? Everything's for sale.
I don't know.
I mean, like, I don't know enough about it, and I feel like that starts to wade into some geopolitics area. And there's part of me that's like, no, don't sell it to a foreign entity. I mean,
it's U.S. Steel.
Yeah,
like it's not just.
But it's a publicly traded company, also. So I mean, it is what it is. Like separating. Now, I have to wonder this. If this doesn't go through, I mean, I feel like that couldn't there possibly be some kind of like repercussions on this? I mean, look at the move that it's made because of this. Imagine it doesn't go through now. I'd
Well,
have
we've
to
seen
imagine there's
those.
going to be some very upset people that it doesn't go through.
Oh, for sure. But Chris, I mean, just because somebody makes an offer,
Yeah,
it could
no,
take
of
months. It
course.
could take months before this one, even if it's given the okay, it could be months before it actually happens. But
I just my view on it is all of a sudden you've got people that are maybe on the board or whatever that decide to exit if they could exit now based on this news today and this move today, and all of a sudden it gets turned down. I don't know all the ins, and I won't pretend to be smart enough for any of that stuff like that.
well, here
But
we
if there
go.
were people, yeah, exactly. If there were people that made a boatload of money on
Oh,
this in a
so
shady
let me
manner
just
that
read you a
wasn't
headline
quote
now.
unquote technically illegal,
But it's not illegal. No, 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 no. I don't mean it's illegal. It just
yeah,
means that antitrust and all that sort of stuff.
yeah.
But United Steelworkers Union criticizes the U.S. Steel planned $15 billion sale to Nippon Steel.
I will
Okay.
also throw out there that I saw on Twitter, I didn't verify it and I don't care at all. Again, it wades into the whole political stuff. There's some US politician that just bought a ton of puts on US Steel
Mm,
on, I want to say it was Friday. I could be
mhm,
wrong. It was sometime in the very recent past that they bought a whole bunch of puts on US Steel. So you
right.
just have to wonder, do they have any influence on if this deal goes through or not? And again,
Yeah, no
I'm
kidding.
not going to bother looking any of that stuff up. I just don't care enough. But it's certainly just, it all ties back into, should politicians be able to trade individual stocks and all those things like that. I would like to. I would guess this. Generally speaking, people that are homers or whatever you want to call them, they're going to all vote no. This is antitrust, blah 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 blah. We're not selling to a foreign entity. And other people who want to see the whole world, our whole globe tied together, and all those things like that are going to say, yeah, it's good to go. And I would surmise as much that it'll be something along party lines. I think that's
Probably.
their
But
move.
look at Call of Duty and X. I mean, out of my demographic, of course, but I
Yeah.
mean, Call of Duty and Xbox, and how long? I don't even know if that went on for months and months and months and months.
Is that's
About
Activision? No, right?
Activision, that's right,
Yeah.
Activision, and the buyout. No, yes, yes, Microsoft, right, buying Activision,
Yeah.
and that's just a stupid game. Okay, I
Yeah.
mean, so if they're gonna go crazy about a stupid game,
Yeah.
okay, I just have this feeling that I'll leave you with this. Did you ever see the movie Gung Ho?
No, I don't think
Okay,
so.
it's pretty. Actually, it's not bad. I mean, it's Michael
Oh,
Keaton.
wait, is that with Michael Keaton?
Yes,
Yeah, I love that movie.
yes,
Love
and
that movie.
so it reminded me
Yes, yes.
because he's
I
got
think
this
of that.
car
I think of the
company.
same thing. I forgot that that's what it's called. Gun Ho. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah. The
yes.
clash of cultures and all that, and making them do calisthenics
Yep.
first 15 minutes and all that. So that's the first thing I thought about with Nippon. If they do take over U.S. Steel, what are they? A little
Well,
clash
listen,
of the cultures.
we're for the most part, the U.S. is getting a little soggy around the waist, if you ask me that.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah,
so we could use a little calisthenics in the office.
exactly. On that note, Chris. So I probably won't talk to you until no, Monday is Christmas. So I guess
Oh,
a couple of weeks. A
all
couple of
right.
weeks from now, then,
I
right?
suppose that's entirely a possibility. All right.
Yeah.
Yes, to
So have a great one,
everybody,
Chris.
happy whatever you're celebrating out there. Merry
I
Christmas
celebrate
to
Christmas,
everybody,
so I
and
can.
yes, Merry Christmas to all of you, to
Okay.
you especially, Barry. And maybe I'll buzz you inside of Slack before.
Sure. Okay. Sounds
All
good.
right, take care, everyone. Have a great rest of the week. Also,
Okay, guys, I'll take over now. My screen got US Steel up and running and get my music going. Get back in the room. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. So yeah, that PBLA, my goodness. I mean, what a rocky run it's been on because I mean, yeah, in the pre-market got up to 74. Then it got right back down to almost flat. I mean, basically where it started, and then from 47 cents, it's moved all the way up to 125, a little pullback now. Did have some news, I guess. Oh, I think, Michael, I don't know what the best steel company to buy is. No. I mean, Cliff has been moving, MT has been moving. They're all sympathy plays. Algoma out of Canada was moving earlier today, but there's no such thing as the best. If you're way into more into fundamentals than I am, so just check the fundamentals, I guess. But talking to somebody in our YouTube room. And again, you're asking me about UNG, wrong person. I mean, I don't trade ETFs. I don't really look at the macros on any of those sort of things. So I have no idea of direction of UNG. No idea. Okay. But the other thing you're saying, the deal is not done. Okay. This deal for US deal, it's not like this is an absolutely 100% done deal. I mean, it may go through, but I mean, I just reading this. I mean, United Steel Workers criticizing the deal. There's going to be a lot of contention about U.S. Steel being sold to. I'm not picking on the Japanese company, even if it was a foreign company taking over U.S. Steel. I mean, it's anyway. So we'll have to see what happens over the next few weeks, months. I mean, it's not going to happen tomorrow. So, guys, I was talking to Chris when I was talking to Chris, and I was wondering about reshorting the LNTH. Because I get it. Somebody said to me, "Yeah, but this doesn't produce that many alerts." You're right. This excuse me, this combo scan does not produce that many alerts, and that's the way I like it. But if you're looking for more action, of course, you can take a look at this momentum scan and all. You can look at the individual option activity um, alerts that you get. I'm perfectly willing to just concentrate on a few stocks a day, though. But that may not be, if you need that, I don't know, that action all day long, you might want to, add something to this. But so I'm actually still holding out on this ZIMV to think maybe it has a late day run. It's been, excuse me, been holding this 16 level. It have some sold its spine business for 375 million. I don't know how much of that though went into paying off its debt. How much debt it had. So they're going to use the proceeds from the sales to pay down its debt and fund growth of its dental business. So I mean, I have no idea how much debt it had. Or maybe it's almost all of it. I don't know. But I do like the way it's just kind of basing. Well, Christine, I mean, the trade of the week is, of course, designed for longer term holds, right? I mean, I said this morning, though, when it went from 420 to 470, I know what I'd be doing. I don't know if it's hit the, I mean, to me, it was, it was a quick one, 420 to 476 is a great percentage move. I'm not saying you could have got in right at the very penny at 420 and got right out the high here, but it was a nice, definitely a nice move. I don't know what the stop is. In the email, it should tell you what the stop is, right? I don't have the email up and running, so but in the email you got, it'll usually say what the stop is. It might be a moving average, like that you'd have to put on your chart. It might be a hard number. I don't know. Was it 380? Did 380 somehow rings a bell, but I might be wrong. 390? Okay, so there you go. 390 or 349? 349, so not 39. So in theory, it has not been stopped out. Yeah, so it's the low of 2 days ago, basically the low of 2 days ago. But I mean, listen, completely up to you. I mean, I can't tell you, yeah, it's a good time to buy it now because it's pulled back. But it broke down through the VWAP. It's broken down through the 10 SMA, the 80 EMA, and the 15. This is a very emotional stock. Emotional meaning, I mean, you know what they do, and I know they've been offered on. I don't think they're out of stock on Amazon. I don't know. They might have to raise money. I don't know. They might have to raise money in order to replenish their stock. I really don't know. But all I do know is this: if you had taken this around the 420 mark and you had watched this get up to 476 and then come back down to say 460, I would have been taking profit. Okay, maybe hold on to some, but knowing the history of how this trades, that's what I would have been doing. Well, again, that's got to be up to you, Christine. I mean, I can't tell. I don't know if it's going to, even if it curls and like, depends what you mean by a bounce. It's still far enough away from the stop. There's yesterday's low, Friday's low. I guess you'd like to see it hold that also. But you can see the volume has dropped. Even the relative volume, it's less than one. So this is not really trading abnormally today in terms of volume. Well, you know what? You've answered your own question. If it makes you too nervous to hold it overnight, then that basically you've answered your own question. Do not do it. Never want to take a trade that makes you nervous. Oh, for real or just in a simulator? And did it work? Christine. Christine says she finally shorted something. Boy, I mentioned this one on a 90 break. Door, look at Door now, $85. I did not take it. They're doing a merger, and right now, companies being punished for it. That's a big punishment, down 16%, $17. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. Okay, I'm going to do my video now. What time is it? It is 13:14, 1:14, 1:15, 1:25. So should not take longer than this. Should be sooner, but just in case, technical problem. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. No, not a steel company, guys, but CENX, aluminum company, and maybe a little sympathy with the steel company. Let's see how Alcoa is doing, eh? No, so CENX is doing a little bit better. And I know I saw this CXDO earlier. I think it was just around 4. Yeah, right around here. So this has moved. CXDO. I remember trying to see if there's any news on it. I couldn't see any news for CXDO. What an active day. Now, active meaning stocks that are moving have some trend to them also. Okay. No point being active and just chopping up and down all day long. Doesn't really help us, but we're seeing a lot of stocks that are active and then following a fair like a decent enough trend. Yeah, you're right. 427, bad spread. Definitely a bad spread for CXDO. Well, this takes out 56. Look out below again, LNTH. I think because the next low on the monthly chart anyway is 47, and that's for LNTH. And unfortunately, their cancer drug data missed expectations. Couldn't get it. Wouldn't give it to me. Talking about the LNTH. There's lots and lots of shares available, but I was trying to get it at 85, and I hung there for a bit. But because of that uptick rule, they just wouldn't fill me immediately. So now it's moving down. But lots of shares available, 2.8 million at Interactive Brokers. So that was not the issue, but it's down over 10%, and they just would not fill me at 55.85. All right, now shot is back up to that 420 level. If I were going to take this though, I would wait. There's three highs around 428, 427, 429. If I were going to take this, I would wait for that break. You can see on the daily chart, you can see there's a high right there of 426, another one at 427, and another one at 428. So if I were going to take this, I would wait for it to break that and see if it could have at least a bit of a run to the high of the day. And again, this is not marrying a stock. I know Shady's saying stay away from it. Just a trade, though. It could be just a trade. That's all. No, I mean, whether this thing, I was actually wanting to, can't even buy it. Can't even buy the product. I wanted to buy it just for fun, but they're sold out. Yeah, this LNTH, guys, I just cannot get it. Not where I want it anyway. And I may not be able to get it because it's the uptick rule. All right, here's another cheap one. ZVSA, another one that has come from under a dollar this morning, over a dollar now. Next high looking left is $1.15. And if it broke through that, a dollar, wow, $1.77. I sort of remember this, guys. I remember, yeah, now I remember this crazy one. Yeah, it got up to $535 or so. Yeah, that month. That was in a couple of days, I think. Hello, Marius. Ah, MITH. It looks like it's just going to keep drifting down without me. Somebody asked earlier in the day about this ESPR, and it still has not taken out that high again, but it certainly looks interesting. Not to even bring it up on a weekly chart. And a ton of room. Yeah, look at all the room it's got. Next high looking left is around 460 on this one in terms of a weekly chart. Boy, look at okay, Xerox now, guys. XRX again underneath that whole number. I was trying to go mid, Grumpy. I was trying to go mid with IB. Thought I could get a mid fill. Xerox has got about 50 cents to the next low. This might be interesting. The longer it holds underneath 18. Well, I don't know, Marius. Let's take a look at PBLA, okay? I'm not sure what you mean. It's 103 right now, which is the same, 103, 103. So I don't know what you mean. That was 118. Are you delayed? That's at least 15 minutes ago when it was 118. Sounds like you're on a delayed, you're delayed or something. Well, you don't have a delay. Trade Ideas is not delayed. No, there's nothing to adjust. Well, if you have a subscription, Marius, and I think you do, it's not delayed. So if you bring up PBLA right now on a chart, what do you see? Are you using our web-based version from the homepage, or using the downloadable application? Because the on our homepage, well, okay, yeah, but are you using? Do you have a scan like this? Okay, like a momentum scan, or are you using a scan? Like, I mean, or bring up a chart right now with PBLA in the downloadable application. Because our chart says 103 right now. Well, you're delayed then. I don't know what to say. You're obviously not using our, are you using the downloadable application? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this with a green ball? Because I mean, you can see my screen. It's not. I mean, this is live. This is real-time data. Maybe do a refresh. I don't know. Go to your account and do a reset connection. Okay, do a reset connection then. I have no explanation why, if you're using our downloadable application, you have a green ball, which means you have a connection, a real connection, but you seem to be stuck at 118, which is up here. That's the previous high of the candle, the previous 15-minute candle. So maybe just do a reset your connection. Okay, go to account and then do a reset of your connection. You have nothing else loaded? You haven't loaded any other version of Trade Ideas? Download the from our web page, our homepage. Like the dashboard here. You haven't done that because you can only have one version of trade ideas loaded at the same time. So he says he's looking at a chart. Ah, maybe I'm wrong. Your TI alert window is reading. Yeah, okay. That's because this doesn't change. Your alert window is going to tell you. I thought you were talking about your chart. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, you're right. So, for instance, when I look at ZVSA at 128, I have to look at the time, and at 102, that was the price. Now, if it's not, if it could have dipped down below that by now, like it's at $1, but if it makes another new high, you will see it. Remember, your alert windows are real-time alert and the time of the alert. But it doesn't mean that, at 4:44, if you're looking at, CXDO and you're saying, well, wait a minute, it's not 4:44 anymore. It was at 125. But since then, it has not made a new high. It dropped. So now, of course, the price is 434, but it's still going to show that price here. That was the last alert, the real-time alert. I don't want to be that harsh, but well, that could be another reason, sure. Although we did, but even so, that is not that will not necessarily be the current price. It happens to be because it was 138 and the time is 130, well, 9 right now. But if we don't get a new alert here, meeting all the filter requirements, say for 5 or 6 minutes, you'll still see this at 7:35. I'm clueless about options also, Holiday. Okay. The only reason I we call it this because as an intraday trader, two things I'm looking for. I'm looking for relative volume, which pertains directly to the volume, okay, like the actual number of shares traded. And so if I'm an intraday trader, I only want to see things that are trading abnormally volume wise. And then coupled with the fact that if a stock is also trading abnormally option wise, in other words, or option volume. So those two together can really lead to some powerful results. Okay. So it's not that I'm trading options, but looking at stocks that are having abnormal option activity plus high relative volume, that really steers me in the direction of trading the stock. Okay. I don't trade options at all either. I'm not well, yeah, I am clueless about options. I've never traded options. So, and I'm not going to. All right, guys, ZIMV. I know Shady's in it already. So then, in case you don't know, We took this scan, this option activity scan, and then we took the 10-day daily breakout. When I say we, Pepe put this together so that if the same stock were showing up in the 10-day daily breakout or down and also in the option activity scan, we want to know about it. So instead of now having to kind of peruse this list, so this is the list of the stocks, okay, that have shown up in the option activity scanner. Okay, this is the list. This is when you see this is the first time the alert happened in this particular. That's why it's called don't repeat. This one is the repeating version. So every time XRX is making a new low, you're going to see it here. But this is the first time we had an alert, 11:02 and at 18:03. So again, as an actually, there are a lot in this, a lot more than I would have thought on a day like today. But anyway, so what I was noticing anyway a few weeks ago is that if a stock appeared in the breakout and the breakdown, or the breakdown, and also here, really should pay attention to it. And so at the beginning, it was just a matter of okay, I got to scan this list, and is X here, and is it here? Yes, it is. Is ZIM here? Is it here? No, it isn't. Well, yes, it is in this case. But instead of having to do that, now we took Pepe took the abnormal option activity and the 10-day daily breaks, either up or down, and put it here. So now these are the common stocks. These are we don't get too many every day, but these are the common stocks because they are two different scans. These are the common stocks in these two different scans, and that's all I pay attention to. And yes, I am sharing that scan. Now, again, if you're looking for super action all day long, yeah, I mean this is I mean there's only what six alerts today, two on the short side and four on the long side. However, you can use this like a watch list, and they can set up different ways all day long. But these are certainly abnormal stocks, big 10-day daily breakouts. Because remember, well, no, if you don't know, I'm not just talking to you. Holiday, but anybody. I mean, the filter in here is 8 relative volume. So I mean, that is pretty, that is takes a lot for a stock to have 8 times normal volume up to the time of day. So that's abnormal. And then the option activity. So I mean, look at ZimV right here. 11,000 contracts. That represents 123 times normal. And it had news today. It had some news today. Still kind of interested in the Xerox. Now it's not showing up on the combo. It is showing up on the option scanner alone. It's not showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. The reason being is that the relative volume is only 3. Okay, so remember In that scan, it has to be at least 8. But I do like the way it's holding underneath 18. Okay, guys. So as always, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. And again, I call this a trading and support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. Have a question, don't be shy. Ask away. Don't feel that you're interrupting me from doing something else. If I'm in a trade and I have to devote 100% of the time to it, I'll tell you. But typically, that's not the case. And I'll also put in this link again for this the stock contest that starts tomorrow. All right, so I just put something in called the portfolio challenge. So when you click on the link, so it starts tomorrow, 4 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, that's when the market, well, that's when we start getting our data, and it'll run till the close, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. So that'll be 3 trading days. Okay, the winner, the winner will get a $2,200 gift certificate from Amazon. I think it's Amazon. That's what it is. So that is what the grand prize is. It'll cost $7.70 to sign up for it. You can look at two ways, I suppose. If you wanted to try us out for 770 for 3 days, you could do so. And who knows, maybe you'll win the grand prize too. Now, if you are a premium subscriber, it is free. So if you're a premium subscriber, you may as well do take the contest. Okay. When you and I just click on the link and then you'll see exactly what the rules, terms and conditions are. Okay. Well, nice to hear, Javier. As you know, as a beginning trader, I mean, it's not easy, and it takes a lot. It takes time, yeah, to understand what you're looking at a chart. Charts are wonderful. They're chock full of information, but if you don't know what you're seeing, that it's might as well be Sanskrit. Okay, seriously. Well, if you're an intraday trader, Javier, I mean, the question from our YouTube room is how can some study the night before the market opens? How does a trader prepare, etc.? Okay, I used to do a lot more work after hours. I hardly do any work after hours now. All my work is done really in the pre-market. Okay, but even then, all we're doing in the pre-market is checking to see what the movers are, up or down, the gappers. And that can help prepare, to us to follow a certain stock, perhaps. Look at those ones that got hammered down. There were some were down like about 50%, and these were big stocks. Some like the ZIMV, we saw the news on it. Doesn't mean that because a stock is going crazy in the pre-market, that it's going to keep moving necessarily. Come on. But we saw this one in the pre-market, so we were prepared. And so when I saw this here showing up on the abnormal option on my combo scanner, I said, aha, well, it's got some news too. Okay. So again, I don't really do that much evening work anymore, to be honest. I just wait for the market to open, and well, I mean pre-market. Depends on the time zone you're in. If you're in the Eastern time zone, then you got it easy. You can get up at 7 and 7:38. I didn't really think there was a promo I mean, it's $7.77, so I'm not really sure there's a coupon for it, coffee. I mean, it's only 7.77. I mean, maybe there's a 15%, but again, it's only $7.77. That's a funny one, Mac. Portfolio challenge. You have to show your trades to participate. No, you can just tell us, look, I took this trade here and it went up to here. So I'm the winner, right? I know you're just kidding. But again, guys, if you're a premium subscriber, you may as well do it. I mean, you have nothing to lose. You don't have to spend the 777, and somebody's going to win that $2,200. So Javier, I mean, what I used to do, I mean, I used to have something called the evening scan. Okay, so I would look for the stock that did very well today. Okay, maybe closed near the high of the day. And then what I would do is I would look left to see, okay, this stock closed near the high of the day. Tomorrow, could it keep running before it hits the next high? So, and if it had room to keep running, then I could say to myself, well, okay, maybe I should be watching this one tomorrow and maybe heart it or putting it down on a list somewhere so that if, in case I forgot. But I'm finding for me personally that it's just not as important to do any to do any evening work now. I think if you're trying to swing trade, yeah, maybe it would be a little more important because if a stock finished strongly on a day, you'd want to see, well, what could happen tomorrow? Is there room for it to keep running until it hits that next high? And an evening scan can be just really as simple as a top list window, okay, with your price range that you like, minimum volume that you like, and then you just sort it. If you can understand what I'm saying, you just sort it on the position in days range, and you find the stocks that close near the high of the day. And you might want to just put, okay, the stock, for me to see that stock, I want to make sure that the position in days range is at least a minimum of say 90%, so that You don't want to see stocks that are way down in the position in the day's range. So maybe you want to see stocks only in the upper range and say maybe put a minimum of 90 or 95. It's up to you. I could do something like that. Let's just do it right on the so topless window. Okay. Okay. So let's start to do some. Let's do a price between 1 and 100. Let's put a relative volume of 2 to make sure it's trading at least somewhat abnormally. Okay. Position in the day's range, I want to put minimum of 90%. Okay, so it's got to be in the upper end. Let's put the volume today. Let's put a minimum of 200,000. Again, this is more designed for swing trading, but so you can see what's happening right there. Prices between 1 and 100, minimum 200,000 shares within, in the upper percentile, and current volume is at least 2. So I'll just call the stocks near the high of the day. Okay. What I didn't do is add some columns. So obviously we want the price, maybe the change from the close, the relative volume, volume today, and the position in today's range. Very important because this is what we're going to sort on. Okay. So right now, as we speak, I haven't seen this one at all, but FINX is right at the high of the day. I don't know this one. This almost looks like sounds like an ETF. Yeah, an ETF. Slam. Haven't seen this one all day. I mean, some are going to look terrible. Well, yeah, I don't like this one, but you can see what I've done here. So I've just taken a very basic top list, sorted it on the position in the day's range. So at the end of the day, you can take a look at this and see, you know, take a look, click on the alert, look left on the daily chart, on the weekly chart, and say, wow, okay, this still has some room to run. So I should watch this one maybe tomorrow. And that's just a simple one. So I can give this to you, and you can, of course, change the price range, anything you want in here. That would be a very simple way of just finding stocks that are strong that close near the high of the day. So you have to be using our so coffee. The question is, how do I connect it to our paper trader, our simulator? Okay, so first of all, you have to be using our downloadable application. Number one. Okay, so if you have a toolbar that looks like this, then all you do is, okay, good. Then all you have to do is click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then this window will show up. More than likely, it'll say not connected. And Then all you have to do is underneath Brokers Plus, two options. One is sim for simulation, paper trading. Click on the sim, and the not connected should change to simulator. If it doesn't, then if it says account, just click on it and then the box will pop up. Now you're, and then you click on it, simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now you're good to go. Okay. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So now when I click on an alert, any alert I see anywhere, it'll show up in the left-hand corner. Hopefully you can see it right there. There's the symbol. This is a, excuse me, some predefined volumes. You can pick from here, or you can type in the actual volume you want. So let's just do the ARQT. Let's say we, maybe we think, you know what, it's pulled back enough. Maybe I'll take this trade right now. So 300 shares. The bid ask is only a cent, a penny. So you click buy and then send. And now you're in the trade. And that's all real-time data, okay? It uses our real-time data. You don't need a broker. And now at this point, you just manage your trades. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, for me to get out of this trade, I just highlight it. I can click on flatten. That'll get me out of the trade. I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. I can practice swing trading. Tomorrow I'll go into stops and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, another new high now for PBLA. So it'll be interesting to see if this has some continuation tomorrow, because when you look at this, nobody's saying it's going to get back up to 9. It's got all this to get through, but yeah, there are all sorts of little areas where it could stall. But if it ever took out, well, there's 3. I mean, that'd be a stretch maybe to take out 3, but so it starts on tomorrow. 3 days, 3 days coffee. Just have to click on the. Oops. Starts tomorrow at 4 a.m. Eastern time and runs till Thursday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah. So if you're going to, yeah, if you're going to do this, I'm assuming that what's going to happen is, so it'll say not connected. And then when you click on the simulator, then if you click on this, you should have some options. Is it okay? And make sure you click on Portfolio Master Challenge. I'm hoping it's going to show up here. Yeah, but that doesn't give, that's not my promo code, Pepe. Oh, of course, it's simulated trading. Of course. Okay. I'm hoping that it'll be in this box here. It may not be though, right? Yeah, understand that some of the trading that took place in that contest, I mean, wild trading, you wouldn't do it. We're giving you, I don't even know what we're what the account starts with. I think during that time it was 400,000 or something. Okay, good. I'll do it tomorrow. I will do it tomorrow before, and then so I'll know exactly how to do it myself. All right, guys. Let's see. It's 2:07. So William says he will keep the room open until 4. So I typically take off around 3. Okay, but William will keep the room open until 4, he said. Thank you again, William. You've been doing that for a few weeks now. And so for the people in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room, I will put the main trading room link in YouTube before I shut you guys down. So you got to go to accounts. We're down there. Boy, that's confusing. I wish they did it another way. That's the only way? So this will be okay. So this will be set up for tomorrow. I hope it shows up here. I mean, it should show up right there. That'd be perfect, you know. You're welcome, Javier. So Pepe, have you been following anything else? What the only one I've got of yours now is the relative volume 2 and 10-day. I decided not to look at the 5-day. This one wasn't too bad actually. It had an alert at 1537, got up to 1564. So you're just really following the original? The original? Seems that's all we really need. I mean, it's just it's, how many weeks have we been doing this? 3 weeks, maybe? But before that, we were noticing that The stocks that were showing up in both were really good. Okay, guys, I think I'll do one last look at my homepage. Okay. So again, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. I would hold off. Probably, I hope tomorrow I'll have a promo code for 25% off. Okay. But as always, if you are at any point going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. The reason being is that we're trying to keep this room free. It's that simple. The only way we can keep the room free is if you use my promo code to take out a subscription. And the company knows that the marketing for this free room is working to some extent, okay? Because there is obviously a cost to keeping this room open for free. If you do take out a subscription, please, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, a lot of videos, but it's free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Michael will be in our YouTube room tomorrow. Daily stock of the video that I do. Actually, I didn't do a stock. I basically covered covered the combo scan. Trade of the week. That's what you're doing right now. Trade of the week. You'll it is free service. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is shot. The alert was at 420. Happened early. Got up to 476 before I pulled back. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, it's up to you. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And here are my scans, including this is the one that I am concentrating on 100% every single day. If you know, I have normal option activity plus 10-day daily breaks combo. I have other scans, of course, you can take a look at, but this is my this is all I really am looking at all day long. And I will continue to do so until it just starts not giving me alerts that I like. It's really that simple. Coffee, si, à demain aussi. So this PCT I've seen quite a bit on the way down. PCT on the way down. And it's interesting, Pepe, at least today anyway. 6 relative volume or 8 relative volume really didn't matter today. Same alerts. Exactly. So here's this other one, guys. I mean, if you're into these super cheap ones, I mean, ZVSA, the next high I think was 115. Yeah, 115, and then after that, 177. So I have to put an alert here at 115 to see if it takes that out. Okay, because that next high, that's a huge percentage difference. Now, nobody's saying it's going to get there if it takes out 115, but all you want to do though is you want to have a lot of room where a stock could run before it hits the next high. At least that's how I trade. All right, guys. Well, let's see. We have another 40 minutes or so for me anyway. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do is I'll put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have a question, I'll hop right back on the mic, okay? Allows me to do a few things on my own here. Well, I think the next high looking left for ZVSA is 115, I think. I know I set my, well, it's right there, but it did not trigger. Oh, I guess I put, well, there's the high right there, 115. I must have put the trigger just a couple of pennies above that, maybe a 116. Yeah, 116. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade just because but I want to know about it. Ideally, it probably won't happen though, but ideally, it'll do nothing. It'll just, you see, like, well, I mean, it's up to you, of course, but ideally, I'd like to see it sit here for a bit, have a little bit of a base, and then pop through. It may not happen though. And of course, it's all about looking left because the next high is 177. So 177, yeah. And it did do it though. The volume is good. I mean, the volume is good. So I'm trying to see why this ZIMV, I'm sorry, no, ZVSA, I'm trying to see why this one, I don't see any news today. I mean, there was some stuff on the 14th. You know, that was on the 14th, but I don't see any specific news today other than they're going to participate in JPM Morgan Week. I'm just going to, okay, guys, so I'll mute myself again. Okay, Seth. Yeah, I can go over that for sure. Just give me one moment, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, the first thing is it might not seem obvious, and in fact, it wouldn't seem obvious. I don't trade options. Okay, I call this abnormal option activity only because being an intraday trader, there's all I'm looking for are stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, so the number one filter that I use is that relative volume filter. That deals just with volume, okay? So for instance, if I look at US Steel right now, X, that's 20 times normal up to this time of day in terms of volume. You can see the volume right there, 61 million. So it's a comparison of what was the average over, I don't know how many days, 14 days ago, or the average over 14 days or 30 days. I think it's 30 days actually. Just give me a moment. So that's one way, of course, that I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. The second way, though, is to find out stocks. Okay, great, trading abnormally in terms of volume. How about its option volume? Is that also abnormal? Well, coupled with abnormal volume and also abnormal option volume, that can really give us stocks to really absolutely focus on. Okay, so when I look at let's take a look at CIFR as an example. So you can see the relative volume, actually, they're almost the same. That's not always the case. The relative volume, again, volume is 4.9. This is traded 10,500 contracts today. That is 589 or 5.8 times normal. So not only is the volume abnormal, but the option volume is abnormal. So when we get those two things working together, that can really help us find stocks that are trading abnormally. And that's my number one goal for somebody who wants to just, intraday trade. Okay. So I'm not trading options. And then what we've done is we've taken this abnormal option activity, that scan, and taken this scan, which is a 10-day daily breakout, but it's got to be breaking out the 10 days, but on high relative volume. So I hope I'm not confusing anybody, but what we've done is we took this scan and this scan, and we wanted to find out, Pepe, in our room, easily find out what stocks were similar in both these different scans. So instead of having now to, take a look at X, is X here also? Yes, it is. Okay, that's why it's here. Take a look at something else, ZIM. Is it here? Is it here? Yes. I'm sorry, was ZIMV, ZIMV. It's in the 10-day daily breakout. Was it also in the abnormal option activity? Yes, it was. Therefore, it'll show up here. So what we're able to do then is to take this scan, the break 10-day daily breakout to the upside, and the 10-day daily break to the downside, and look at that and see, was the option activity also abnormal? And if it was, then instead of having to scan and just check one stock at a time, are this is the same stock here as in here? This does it for you, and that's all I really pay attention to. Okay, now, and that's so hopefully that makes sense. I mean, I'm not trading options, but I just want to see, like, volume wise, I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. And if we can see stocks that are trading both abnormal option wise and abnormal volume wise, we really should pay attention to those stocks all day long. Now, you're not in this scan, we will not see too many because it's tough, to find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise and also abnormal volume wise. But that's why I like it. Now you can reduce the filters in here to get more alerts, but the quality may not be there. And I am sharing that scan. By the way, look what happened to ZVSA. See how it came right into that level that I wanted it to break, but it did not break it. Briefly broke it. Okay, see that blue line there did not turn green. It briefly broke a penny underneath it, but I wanted to see it break that high again, and it didn't do it. Now tomorrow, I'm going to leave this alert in here because tomorrow we don't know what's going to happen, and maybe today, maybe later on today, it takes that out because again, it's all about looking left because then the next high in the daily chart is way up here at $1.77. So, from $1.17, if it got anywhere close to $1.77, that would be huge. Now, this has nothing to do with options, doesn't trade options. Okay, you can see the option volume for it. So it'll never show up on that combo scan. So Shady got in earlier, the ZimV than I did. But remember what I was saying. If you use this like a watch list, okay, use this like a watch list. So ZimV set up again later on in the day. I mean, the original alert was at 9:39 Eastern time in the morning at 16:12, and it got up to before it pulled back. But remember, we're saying, look at what it was doing for the longest time, just hanging around 16. Okay, so if you missed it the first time, you had an opportunity to get it in the second time. Now, I think Shady took it around 16:10. All right, I got in a little bit later. I wanted to see it break at 16:20 right there. That the highs right there. But all I'm doing now, I'm just using this like a watch list all day long. And I'll be honest, I've never had a scan that produces so many really good looks for as long as it has. I think we've been using this for 3 weeks now. And is every single alert going to be, a rocket ship? Of course not. But one, two, three, four, five, this one, the only one that actually didn't probably move from that 50 18 was US Steel. I mean, it got up to, I don't know what the high of the day was. But that's the only one that really didn't move smartly off the alert price today. Well, I guess you could call this as my watch list for the day. You could call it list, Tony. This one right there, abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily break. The combo. I mean, look at Zim V, guys. I mean, this is now it also helps. So how many of these? Okay, let's. So we saw this in the pre-market. Okay, ZimV, we saw that in the pre-market. We saw SunPower in the pre-market. I did not see EBIX in the pre-market. Not, it could have shown up. Let me just see. Yeah, it would have shown up. I think I may have seen it, but there were so many stocks, and I didn't mention it. But had you been doing, you would have seen EBIX in the pre-market. You would have seen CLF in the pre-market. You would have seen LNTH in the pre-market, and of course, you would have seen US Steel in the pre-market. So all of these had some kind of news. Okay, they all had some kind of news. SunPower, the news was horrible. Basically, the company saying we're not sure we can exist any longer. EBIX, we're Chapter 11. Cliff, not so much specific news for on its own, but a sympathy play to what was happening with U.S. Steel, another steel company, and then this one, LNTH, bad. The data was really not perceived good anyway. Not perceived that the data was good. I think it's a cancer drug. So that in itself is why, I don't mind doing some pre-market work, because when I get an alert, it's night here. It'd be nice for me to just trigger some kind of a recollection. Ah, yes, I remember the news on this one. Now, even if I didn't do pre-market work, I could click on it when I get the alert, and I can immediately see what the headline is. But there is something to the effect that when you get an alert, it's kind of nice maybe to have some idea about why. Well, Tony, there's always people who are going to bottom fish, any stock, pick a stock, any stock. Always going to be people to say, well, you know what, maybe it's gone down too much for a while. I'll step in and I'll see if I can get a bounce. It doesn't mean that the company's come out with any news that all of a sudden, hey, wait a minute, we were just kidding. It's all good. No. I mean, would you buy this stock? I mean, this is, going down to 362 and look at the bounce now. That's a great bounce. But would you buy this stock? And I don't think I can, yeah, the original headlines that I saw in the pre-market, I can't see them now. Okay, this is what I use, and this is Interactive Brokers, news headlines, Interactive Brokers. The company themselves, not a third party, not some short seller, the company themselves. I thought here, they basically said, we're not sure we can survive. I mean, they didn't quite say it like that, but they may as well have. There are people down here saying, you know what? Let's see if it has any sort of a bounce. And it did. So they'll make money, a little bit of money on this way, but I don't think anybody's going to be holding this one, thinking that it's going to recover and get back up to $12. Yeah, this ZIMV is just awesome. And they had news. We saw this in the pre-market, okay? Selling their spine business, as they call it, for 375 million. The only thing I don't know, I mean, they're using it to pay down debt and then concentrate on their dental business. How much debt they have, I mean, I didn't look it up. And who knows? Maybe it's 350 million of debt. Yeah. Now BMRA is showing up now. Okay, in this now it's a little late. Okay, I will say this: it is showing. It is showing up right now in that in my favorite scan, but it is a little bit late. I would rather it have been, a lot earlier. I don't mean late in terms of this move. I'm talking about late in the day. And listen, it could just rip. I mean, there's nothing stopping it. There's the neck. That red line you see is the next high in the daily chart. Now it's a little bit, excuse me, a little bit above that. So now we have to take a look at a monthly chart. And so the next high on the monthly chart is 278. We're not saying it's getting there, but that is, means it's got some room to keep moving before it hits that next high. And of course, it's a low float, not crazy low, but 15.5 million in the float. Look at the volume, 49 million shares. So it's traded the float over 3 times. Well, guys, and we correct 17. I think the next high was 17 something, I think, for ZimV. Okay, on the monthly chart, it's 2033. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but let me take a look at the weekly chart, back it out a little bit. Maybe it is. Yeah, I mean, this is still on the weekly chart, 1766. That's what I thought. Seven something in the 17. 1766 is the next high. So I mean, it still has room. Oh, you can see that ZimV's it's showing up in 3 scans. I mean, in the option scan, the momentum scan, and the 10-day daily breakout. Therefore, watch it all day. All right, guys. So I'm getting again in about 10 minutes. I'll be exiting. So what I'm going to do for you people in YouTube, I'll put in the link to get into the main room if you want to keep talking about stocks until 4 o'clock Eastern. Wow. Okay, guys. So again, what did I say? 1757. 1757 was the next high in the weekly chart for ZimV, something like that. Okay, I'm just seeing if that bid can catch up to the ask a little bit. Okay, I've just taken some off, guys. Just over 17. Okay, for the ZimV. I'll hang on to some in case it just goes crazy, keeps going crazy. We've got 1698, 1710. Need that bid to catch up to the ask. Blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And wait for tomorrow and see what we're going to get here. I mean, this BMRA could explode into the close. Okay, guys. So I have about 8 minutes left. Are there any last minute questions? I can always say past three. I don't have to go at three, but I usually like to take off after 6 hours of this. Oh yeah, this one, Lake. Boy, it's wow, look at this. What a move. Last few days. 15 to 19. These are these protective clothing, I guess, was the rage during COVID, but I haven't really seen Lake for a long time now. I never use trailing stops. No. Question in a YouTube room. And the reason I don't is because I'm rarely in more than two trades at the same time. Okay. So I just like to manage the trade, okay, on my own without having anything. If I were in a bunch of trades at the same time, sure, I'd have to have some way to, do trailing stops and things like that. But I just personally, I just don't have the need for it. I'm only in usually one, max two trades at the same time, so I can really follow along, get a sense of where I want to take some profit, things like that. So I don't. I'm not. This is not. People want to use trailing stops, go for it. But for me, it's just not. It's not that necessary. I always have the trade, which you guys don't see. Of course, I've got, if I'm in a trade, I have the chart on my other monitor. So while I'm doing, this sort of stuff, clicking on alerts and the chart is changing, but if I'm in a trade, I mean, I have that on another monitor that I'm, really watching. So for me, a little bit of instinct to take some of the ZIMV around that 17 level. That's all. Because I do see the next highs around 1750 something. Okay, so the question was, what do the light blue and it's actually not, it's brown. It's not light blue and dark blue, it's brown. Okay. So the light blue is a suggestion to go long, and the brown is a suggestion to go short. Okay. It's the same thing up here. Okay. In this one, I don't see how. You should only see a light blue and a brown. If you've got this one, now the old option activity scanner used to have, no, even here it isn't, but I used to have, oh, I'm going to describe it. So this one is looking for at least 150%. In other words, one and a half times normal option volume. I used to have a scanner that was also showing that if it was double, 200%, and it was at 300%. So I used to have three on the way up and three on the way down. And I thought, you know what, that's just too confusing. So the only one you should see is 150%. Oh, the count, are you talking about the counts column? Oh, okay, maybe I'm sorry. I should have read a little more closely. Yeah, this is just color coded. Okay, I wouldn't really. How much you get rid of it so I don't get questions. It's just color coded. I think if the count is above maybe 40, that's all. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay. I just wouldn't. Okay. Well, can you shouldn't have. Okay. You should not have can. If you've got this particular scan, can is not here. Now, can is here, but this is the separation. This is just the option activity. But if you're talking about this abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break, can is not even here. So unless you have, let me just see, I want to see can. See, the relative volume is 5, okay? So that, for it to show up here, the relative volume has to be 6. But he says he's got can in here, Pepe. So unless you change it on your own, the relative volume to be lower, so you're not talking about this scan here. You're not talking about this combo scan then, JMac. You started off by saying Pepe's combo, okay? And the stocks that you're talking about right now, CMRE and CAN, GCT, they're not in this particular scan. So you're talking about something else. No, CAN is here again. This is not Pepe though. Okay, this is just the call it the normal option activity scan. And yeah, if it's light blue, it's a suggestion to go long. And I don't even see a CMRE anywhere. If you're talking about this in the count, okay, I obviously what I've done is a long time ago, okay, don't even ask me how. I probably put, okay, if the count is above 40, show it in a dark blue. Okay, that must be what that is. And if somehow if the option volume percent today is above a certain number, show it in this dark blue. That's all. This is the key part. Okay, this is the key right there. This light blue over here. Never mind this. If that's what you're talking about. So are you talking about now you see this sort of a darker blue? That's just because I clicked on it. Oh, I see. That's all. It's because I click on it. No other reason. And if there was a new one that came in, that would disappear. That dark blue would disappear. That's just because I clicked on it. Okay. It's just sort of highlighting the fact that what symbol did you just click on? That's all. Okay. Nothing more, nothing less. Sorry, I misunderstood. And guess what? For whatever I did, I just hung myself up, which is perfect timing to leave. Hmm. Yeah, whatever sequence of keystrokes I did, I have actually hung myself up now. Bye bye, Barry. Exactly. Okay, guys. Well, I was going to leave anyway, so it's not a big deal. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's weird. Well, no, we're back. Okay. All right. Well, with that, I'm out of here. Okay, guys. So thanks a lot for all the help all day long. Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow with that scan. See what alerts we get from that scan tomorrow. So the room will be open. William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Okay. So I'm just going to stop my screen sharing now and put myself on mute in the main room. And for the YouTubers, I will put the link again. So if you do want to head over to the main room, you can do that. Okay, and I'll open the rooms. Well, I better put this back. I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody. And again, William will keep the room open until 4.